You're live.
House will please come to order. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. By my clock, I'm maybe a little bit ahead of schedule, but that'll make up for yesterday when I was a little bit behind. So welcome back. Members, we're at that order of business on bills on third reading. And as you'll note, we have a consent list. We always begin with the consent list first, because if somebody wants something removed from the consent list, then it goes right onto the regular list. So with that, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move the consent list consisting of the following bills: Senate File 41, Senate File 42, and Senate File 63.
Thank you. Would any member like any of the bills removed from the consent list? Any member? I'm looking at the screen. Any member like anything removed from the consent list? The consent list consisting of Senate File 41, 42, and 63. Seeing none, Chief Clerk, will you please read the bills on the consent list?
Senate File 41, sponsored by Minerals, Business and Economic Development, Tax Lien Enforcement Amendments, an act relating to ad valorem taxation, be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. Senate File 42, sponsored by Minerals, Business and Economic Development, out-of-state state bank charter conversions, an act relating to banks and banking, be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. Senate File 63, sponsored by Capital Financing and Investments, PWMTF Reserve Account Distribution Timing, an act relating to public funds, be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. Having been read three separate times, the question is, shall these bills pass the House? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call on the consent list. Andrew?
Aye.
Baker?
Aye.
Banks?
Aye.
Fair?
Aye.
Blackburn? Blackburn? Brown?
Aye.
Burkhart?
Aye.
Burt?
Aye.
Clausen?
Aye.
Clifford?
Aye.
Connolly?
Aye.
Crago?
Aye.
Duncan?
Aye.
Eklund?
Aye.
Air?
Aye.
Flitner?
Aye.
Fortner?
Aye.
Gray?
Aye.
Greer?
Aye.
Hallinan? Hallinan?
Aye.
Haroldson?
Aye.
Harshman? Harshman?
Aye.
Heiner?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
Hunt?
Aye.
Jennings? Jennings? Kenner?
Aye.
Knapp?
Aye.
Larson Lloyd?
Aye.
Larson Dan?
Aye.
McGuire?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
Nyman?
Aye.
Newsom?
Aye.
Nicholas?
Aye.
Oakley?
Aye.
Obermuller?
Aye.
O'Hearn?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Ottman?
Aye.
Paxton?
Aye.
Provenza?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Schwartz?
Aye.
Sherwood?
Aye.
Simpson?
Aye.
Summers?
Aye.
Stith?
Aye.
Stivar?
Aye.
Sweeney?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Washit?
Aye.
Western?
Aye.
Worf?
Here.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Williams?
Aye.
Wilson?
Aye.
Winter?
Aye.
Yin?
Aye.
Zawanitzer?
Aye.
Mr. Speaker?
Aye.
Blackburn?
Excused.
Excused, Jennings.
Aye.
We have 59 aye, 1 excused. As for Senate File 41, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 59 aye, 1 excused. As for Senate File 42, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 59 aye, 1 excused. And as for Senate File 63, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 59 aye, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, Senate File 41, Senate File 42, and Senate File 63 have passed the House. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now at third reading and final passage of an additional bill. The first bill for our consideration is Senate File 43.
Senate File 43, sponsored by Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, Wyoming Energy Authority Amendments, an act relating to the Wyoming Energy Authority, be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
We do have an amendment. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd move third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 43 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, I wanted to get this done for second reading. I just ran out of time yesterday, but I contacted the good chairman of Minerals and also the good member of Minerals who's been a proponent for rare earth minerals forever in the House of Representatives. And really that's what this bill is about, to make sure that the Energy Authority specifically, because I don't think it excluded them, but I think sometimes we run bills like this to send the message out to those in industry that, yes, we in fact include these, because, you know, the Energy Authority used to be the Transmission Authority and the Pipeline Authority. And the good chairman of Minerals was the one who brought this initiative to really combine these. I remember back in the day, the Pipeline Authority, you know, when we were really getting beat up on our differentials. And literally, as we debated that bill, Wyoming Gas rose each day. And it's been a tremendous tool in the toolbox. And I think it's, as we move forward, this is going to be really important to us, because you look at like sister states like New Mexico, they've got some development going on, and really the way they use their bonding, I think is really something we can probably, you know, investigate. I've got a bill kind of working on that, but I think this Energy Authority is part of that. So really back to this amendment, Mr. Speaker, is I want to, and again, I talked to the chairman and I wanted to make sure that we specifically say, so I opened up another paragraph 4, that's already in statute. And you can see it on the amendment, Mr. Speaker, that energy project means any project related to or involving a natural resource associated with energy or an associated natural resource. That's the statute. And then I propose adding this, including specifically geothermal and pumped hydro energy projects. And really why I bring that is because in my conversations the last 4, 5, 6 years with many of these large companies, but then also folks around Wyoming that are experts in these fields, are saying, you know, this is going to be part of it, you know, and we all talk about the all above energy strategy, but so I just want to make sure that we send this message that these things are in fact part of it, and hopefully, you know, will spur economic development. So with that, I think the other sponsors of the amendment could speak to it as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Chairman Burkhart, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just echo what the good chairman of Revenue had to say. This is a good addition to the bill. It lays out a path forward for these two, which really in some ways are cutting edge energy projects. And there are a lot of geothermal features in Wyoming that could use these developments. Pumped hydro is a storage capacity for some of the other energy sources. And it just adds to the Energy Authority's ability, it puts it under their purview, their mission, to really do all the energy sources in Wyoming. And maybe the ones we're not familiar with as much as we are with others, but it's a great addition. Heartily support the amendment and ask your support for it.
Thank you. Any other members for their first time? Members for their first time? Representative Stith, for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Question for the bringers of the amendment. Could you talk a little bit about exactly what pumped hydro would mean and how that would play out here? What I'm envisioning is that I'm an owner of a bunch of wind turbines, for example, but the wind doesn't blow all the time. And so I want to pump some water into a tower so that during low energy periods, I can maybe have the water run downhill and produce some electricity. But my idea isn't very economical, and I'm having trouble getting funding from conventional banks for it. This would allow me, if we adopt this amendment, to go to the Energy Authority and say, hey, why don't you back these bonds I'm going to issue to build my water tank for my wind turbines? Is that an example of what this would do?
Thank you, Representative Stith. Representative Sweeney, for your first time. Any other members, please queue up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just am very much in favor of this amendment. I think we talk about diversification in green renewables, and I think these two specifically have been kind of left out of the mix, and I think this gives this agency a little more wiggle room and wiggle room's not the right word, but balance to help in the diversification. And so very much in favor and support.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll go with Representative Fortner and then Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think on new types of energy, we ought to build in some sort of a grace period for them to get up and running, so we don't just scare them plumb off before they ever get started. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Let's go with Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd be glad to help with the definition of a pumped hydro. Let's say we have a reservoir down in the valley, and during off-peak hours, times for example, in the middle of the night when no one's using electricity, you would actually suck the water out of that reservoir, pump it up into a reservoir up on the mountain. And then the next morning during peak demands of electricity, you'd reverse the flow and flow it down the penstock through the turbine generator, creating electricity, and drop it right back into the same reservoir that the water started at.
Thank you very much. Any other members for the first time? We'll go to Chairman Zwanitzer and then Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the good representative from the northwest part of the state took my speech. But what I like about this amendment, and it doesn't really change anything besides highlighting some potential in Wyoming, most of which will actually be in the northwest part of the state in the basin. The geothermal resources we have in Wyoming, not only do we have the hot water, basically, we have the right rock formations. a very few, like less than 1% of the country has this. Historically, they've been in really difficult areas, but as we've built transmission lines and technology's improved, we can actually get to those geothermal features much easier than in past years. And so California, I think, is the largest right now, and 5-6% of their entire electricity base is from geothermal. Nevada's is almost 10%. And so as we're working through our utility agreements, trying to provide a certain amount of renewable power, anything that we can get to up that capability in alignment with our traditional fossil fuels is great, and I think is a benefit to Wyoming. And so what I like about this is it just tells the Energy Authority that we're open for business across all forms of energy, and hopefully puts a little bit more of a spotlight on some unique places in Wyoming and unique resources that we haven't looked at traditionally, but are going to be part of our future.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Representative Heiner, for your first time.
Thank you, Speaker. I am for this amendment. I am excited about these opportunities for energy production. There has been some studies done for pumped hydro on the west side of the state. In fact, they did some environmental impact analysis, similar to what the good representative from Star Valley described. But also here in Southwest Wyoming, there's many opportunities in some of these mines that are 1,500 feet deep, whereby you can store water underground and pump it out when you have an excess of electricity, and then put it back underground into some of these mine shafts and generate electricity on the when the wind isn't blowing or the sun isn't shining. So many opportunities to convert this into a essential battery storage of electricity here in Southwest Wyoming. Now, as far as the geothermal, many of the old wells that we have drilled over the years have encountered very hot temperatures down at 15 to 18,000 feet level. Some of the temperatures upwards of 1,000 degrees. So as the reservoir depletes of the oil and gas, there's an opportunity to repurpose those drill wells into a geothermal feature that we might be able to generate electricity. So I look for opportunities in the future to be able to develop more resources in Wyoming to create energy. So I'm on it for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other member for their first time? Any member for their first time? Any member who's spoken once like to go a second time? Bring it home. Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And again, I think I get the idea of what pumped hydro energy is. This is on a third reading amendment. If the other body agrees, this becomes the law. So we've added these two other industries. And my question is, I'm just curious about how the money works here. I mean, when the Energy Authority or the Wyoming Transmission Pipeline Authority was initially established, it made a lot of sense for taxpayer money to be used to expand our natural gas pipelines, to get rid of the price differential between Opal and the Henry Hub, for example, right? It made total sense for taxpayers to subsidize that. I'm just curious about who benefits from this, who's going to be making money, and what's it going to cost to the taxpayers if we know, even just in broad concept. I mean, I'm not necessarily against this amendment. I just feel like I don't understand how the money's going to flow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman Burkhart, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to answer some of those questions from my good colleague to the west. Talk a little bit first about the purpose of the Energy Authority. While we combined two agencies, we also expanded the Energy Authority when we did that, and provided that their purpose is to diversify the Wyoming economy, which I think this bill starts to do, consolidate energy staff and functions, seek federal grants. And I think all of us would agree that under the incoming administration in Washington, there may be additional federal grants for these two specific sources of power and energy. and also heating and cooling potentially. Assist in obtaining financing for those. It doesn't mean the state does anything, but it'll help them, maybe a small company, navigate the whole financing issue of a new energy project. Provides assistance with permitting, with excuse me, siting and other things, and that. So that's how the Energy Authority will help. And it kind of right now is where we've concentrated a lot of our efforts for the future, and are looking to this agency. Well, it's not an agency actually, it's a standalone, to help the state grow into the future, and to progress in what we do. And that in a lot of ways, especially energy, natural resources, I think we still have an awful lot to offer the country, and in the long-term future included. So as for the bonding issues, the Minerals Committee is going to look at bonding in the coming interim. It's a complicated matter. And if you look in statute, the whole bonding program is very complex, very detailed, with a lot of controls on it. This is not a matter of just going out and handing money to a company. It has a lot of controls on it. And that's part of the reason that it hasn't been used much in the past. I think it was used one time years ago for a pipeline. There are no plans right now for anyone to be using it. The Energy Authority themselves are working out how they would do it, and they would contract a lot of that out. But we'll look at that. The Minerals Committee will look at that in the interim, because it takes a lot of education. And then I think we may look at modifying statutes as needed. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Any other member for their second time before the sponsor, Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the great debate. And I think first on the geothermal, I think the representative from the western part of the state laid it out. You know, we have 100,000 wells drilled in the state, or some incredible number. My little hometown was like the first, when the oil started going down, used water injection. And that's where it kind of, as a kid, these are 5,000 foot or less wells, and the water's 250 degrees. We're not talking about Thermopolis or Yellowstone or endangering any of that. This is talking about our oil fields. And then you pump this incredibly hot water, makes steam, turns turbines, and then the waste product is I don't know, resort spa water. And so, I mean, it's really, I think, an incredible resource for us. And this pumped hydroelectric generation, you know, and we have some experts here on the screen, but it's like the most stable way to generate electricity there is. I mean, and I see a nodding head from Star Valley. It is. And that's why some of these companies, this whole wind and solar thing, there's a lot of intermittency, there's a lot of problems with it. And so if you can actually use some of that to store it, then to use that source as the most stable way on the grid, that's a win-win. And Wyoming has some incredibly unique features. We heard about mine shafts. There's also some natural features, I think, that are really, really incredible. I think on the bonding piece, I think here's the issue. They're revenue bonds. This is not taxpayer money. And I guess the risk could be that if, first of all, the Energy Authority has no incentive to issue bad bonds. I mean, they just don't. This is a thorough process. And I guess if they go out on the market and they're not purchased, that would be the risk. Then the Energy Authority would buy them up. But boy, there is a whole due diligence. I think we've used it once in our history. So again, I think this just sends an important message for Wyoming's futures. We're all the above. You know, we did all this work on nuclear, 10 years ago, sponsored the Nuclear Energy Production Study Group, got vetoed by 2 governors ago, and then it was first bill signed by the previous governor. And man, Wyoming is set, and we regulate our own uranium mining as an outcome of that bill. So we've been moving this all of the above. And I think this, so we got it, let's use it. And so really appreciate all the good debate. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Senate File Nope, we are voting on the amendment, we're voting on third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 43. All those in favor of amendment, please raise your hand to your screen. Thank you. All those opposed? The amendment has been adopted. Senate File 43 having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Banks,
Aye.
Bear,
Aye.
Blackburn,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Burkhart,
Aye.
Burt,
Aye.
Clausen,
Aye.
Clifford,
Aye.
Connolly,
Aye.
Crago,
Aye.
Duncan,
Aye.
Eklund,
Aye.
Air,
Aye.
Flitner,
Aye.
Fortner,
No.
Gray,
Aye.
Greer,
Aye.
Hallinan,
Aye.
Haroldson,
Aye.
Harshman,
Aye.
Heiner,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
Hunt,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Kenner,
Aye.
Knapp,
Aye.
Larson Lloyd,
Aye.
Larson Dan,
Aye.
McGuire,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
Nyman,
Aye.
Newsom,
Aye.
Nicholas,
Aye.
Oakley,
Aye.
Obermuller,
Aye.
O'Hearn,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Ottman,
Aye.
Paxton,
Aye.
Provenza,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Schwartz,
Aye.
Sherwood,
Aye.
Simpson,
Aye.
Summers,
Aye.
Stith,
Aye.
Stivar,
Aye.
Sweeney,
Aye.
Walters,
Aye.
Washit,
Aye.
Western, Western, Wharf,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Wilson,
Aye.
Winter,
Aye.
Yin,
Aye.
Zawanitzer.
Aye.
Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
Western,
Excused.
excused. Closing vote, are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 58 aye, 1 no, 1 excused.
Just a moment. I've got to get to the right script. Senate File 43 having been read, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, Senate File 43 has passed the House. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. So we've passed our four first bills that have gone through both the House, the Senate to the House, and then they will see if they concur with any that were amended. So well done. Chief Clerk, do you have a committee report to read?
I do.
Please proceed.
Senate File 18. Oh, sorry. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions. To whom is referred Senate File 18, Universal Occupational Licensure. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Blackburn, Clausen, Clifford, Duncan, Air, Hunt, McGuire, Roscoe, Zawanitzer. Signed, Representative Zawanitzer, Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Clerk.
One more.
Oh.
Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, to whom was referred Senate File 53 engrossed Private Ground Ambulance Service Provider Assessment Act. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kinner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Signed, Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. So folks, as you can probably recognize from where we are, we're getting close to general file. And Mr. Majority Floor Leader, before you make the motion, just kind of outline what you see for over the next couple of days as we consider this last set of general file for this 8-day session. Please continue.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, kind of what we'll do is we'll do this general file. And I'm going to go through the list right now again, because we just got some more, another bill that's in that I didn't have in that list. So my new committee of the whole list right now will be House Bill 58, House Bill 62, House Bill 52, Senate File 26, Senate File 53, Senate File 18 will be the insertion after it came out of committee, House Bill 19, House Bill 20, House Bill 21, and House Bill 23. And so, Mr. Speaker, my goal is to get these Senate files done. And so if we have a lot of debate, and it gets late on the first two or something, I might move some of those Senate files in front. And the idea is then we can just get those done with if the body decides they want to. And then, Mr. Speaker, what I'd probably do if we have Senate files that pass committee of the whole, when we get to second reading tomorrow, probably then after that, I would accelerate those Senate files so they can kind of be in the mix for being signed in conference committees and all that for Friday. So it would just be the Senate files that I would accelerate. The rest would go through normal readings. So we'd have House bills, if they pass committee of the whole, that would go second reading on Thursday, and that'd be third reading on Friday. And then they would just sit there till March. They would have passed our body and will be available to the Senate come March, but we'll at least have that work done on our side. So, Mr. Speaker, that's kind of how I see it. If the chief clerk or you have corrections or further notes, I'd be willing to hear it.
Roll on.
All right. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House resolve itself into the committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor of the majority floor leader's motion, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may take a bit of a personal privilege before I call it to order, on this day in history, I found it interesting that, so on the side note, I'm a little bit of a nerd when it comes to space. And so today, February 5th, the Soviet Union controlled landing on the moon. Lunik 9 soft lands on the lunar surface. And when the Lunik touched down, I wasn't around in 1966, but I bet it was a pretty fun event. So I don't know if we'll do anything as historic during our committee of the whole, but I sure hope we can do something that moves the ball. So with that, Mr. Speaker, the committee of the whole will please come to order. And the first bill for our consideration is House Bill 58. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 58, sponsored by Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources. State Parks Account, Expenditure Authority, an act relating to state lands. This bill was referred to Committee Number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Flitner, Haroldson, Knapp, Newsom, Sweeney, Winter. No, Hunt, Jennings. Signed, Representative Flitner, Chairman. It was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. No, Larson, Lloyd. Signed, Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Flitner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, that it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 58 do pass. And with your permission, I further move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole amendment. And for an explanation of both the bill and the amendment, I give you my very good Vice Chairman, who is from my neighboring county at the community, which is a gateway to the greatest national park in the country. And hopefully you'll figure out who that is. If not, I will tell you who that is.
I think that's Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring to you House Bill 58 and ask for your favorable consideration. And I will explain the bill at this time, and I will explain the amendment as we get to that portion of the bill. Wyoming is home to 12 amazing state parks and 25 historic sites. These parks and historic sites span over 100,000 acres of our state's wide open landscape. The stunning scenery of Wyoming state parks range from granite outcroppings to pristine lakes to the largest mineral hot springs in the world. In the summer, visitors to our parks number in the millions. There has been a 36% increase in park visitation since 2016. In 2016, our parks hosted 4.1 million visitors, while this last year, 2020, we hosted 5.8 million visitors. During the summer, Glendo State Park often hosts up to 20,000 visitors, making it the third largest city in Wyoming on some weekends. Increasing visitation, increasing costs, and decreasing budgets have created challenges for our state parks. In the Step 1 and Step 2 cuts, state parks cut $1.1 million, including 3 full-time positions and 17 seasonal employees. All funds collected from state park user fees go back into our state parks and historic sites in the form of capital construction, major maintenance, and interpretation. In 2015, it was recognized that building new facilities without the funds to maintain the improvements was unsustainable. At that point, there was allotted 30% of the funds collected to be allocated to general maintenance. In this bill, the percentage that can be used for non-capital construction would increase up to 60% instead of up to 30%. The acceptable uses of these funds would expand to include not only general maintenance, but operational costs. With the definition expansion in this bill, it would ensure that the quality visitor experience would allow the state parks to ensure health, safety, and enjoyment for our visitors. These funds would go towards paying power bills, buying lawnmower blades, and cleaning supplies. So now let's walk through the bill. Fortunately, this is a pretty short bill. So on page 1, that would modify the spending authority. As we move on to page 2 of the bill, on lines 6 and 7, we would change that up to percentage from 30% to 60% of the funds of the collection of fees being able to be used for maintenance. Also, there would be a broadening of the definition on lines 9 and 10, a broadening of the definition of the fund to include operational costs. Now, this is where the amendment comes in, because those of you who have served with me in the past know that I am the queen of one-word amendments. So in the amendment, you'll notice that we just take out that word administrative. So this will not be used for administrative costs, just for operational costs and maintenance. So the expansion is just for operational costs. Then you will note on lines 11 through 13 that this money cannot be used for additional full-time employees, for increases in salaries, or for overtime pay of full-time employees. And then section 2 just provides for an immediate effective date. Passage of this bill would allow the state parks to continue being a significant part of our thriving tourism economy by offering the best products and services in the industry. Without passage of this bill, the agency would have to go back to the drawing board and determine which parks or historic sites would need to be closed in order to compensate for the reduction in funds to operate. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Representative Newsom. Let's take it up like this, since we've got an amendment. And I'll back up maybe to explain this to the body a little bit, because I think, unless I missed it, this might be the first time that some of our new members are seeing this new type of amendment. So body, this is not a standing committee amendment, meaning it didn't come from the committee, but it's a committee of the whole amendment, or, you know, your first amendment while it's on general file. Just like you've seen amendments on second reading and amendments on third reading. So, and Chairman Flitner moved it when she moved the bill, like you would maybe a standing committee amendment. So I just wanted to point that out to the body, and particularly the newer members, in case, so you can kind of see, you may normally see that amendment comes later in the debate, as opposed to in the beginning. No right or wrong way to do it, just showing you that there's a different style of amendment in front of you. And so because of that, let's take up I know that good Chairman of Minerals had a question, but I'm going to take up the amendment first, if that's all right with the body, and then I'll take any questions or debate on the amendment. We can dispose of that otherwise and go back to the bill. So are there any questions on the amendment?
Question
on the amendment. All those in favor of first amendment number 1 to House Bill 58 signify by raising your hand. Okay, go ahead, put your hands down. All those opposed? And the amendment carries. And we're back on the bill. Back on the bill, Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess I struggle with this proposal because it was a major step forward when we allowed 30% of the fund to be utilized for maintenance. And we heard long, detailed explanations about the need for that flexibility. And I don't recall, but it just seems like it was a couple of years ago. And so now we're coming in and we want to take 60% of this fund and utilize it completely at the discretion of the department. And so the only explanation I really heard in there was that what we've been doing in the past has been extremely successful. So visits are way up. Okay, that's a good thing. Maybe what we're doing in the past worked pretty well, but that they're suffering some budget cuts. So what they want to do on budget cuts is utilize this fund, get more discretion, and move away from the legislative oversight and the appropriation process. So I got to be convinced that this is necessary before I can vote for it.
Vice Chairman Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, why did they originally go with only 30% that was available for this? They must have had a reason. So I wonder what that is. And how much money are we talking about is in this account? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, maybe we'll take one more. Madam Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize if this was mentioned in the presentation of the bill. I didn't hear it, but if we've taken out administration, so we've got maintenance and operation. So other than constructing something new, I'm not really sure what the permits were going for in the first place. I mean, as a simple-minded citizen, if I'm going to a park and you pay for the permit, you kind of think that probably your permit is going for the cost of running the park. So I think that would be fine. So I guess I would just like to understand, if the permits weren't going, we have to change this so that the permit fees are going for operations and maintenance. What else were they going for?
Vice Chair Newsom, you want to tackle these questions, or Chairman Flitner? I'm not sure who's on deck.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to answer these first 3 questions.
Please.
That's great. To speak to the good country lawyer's concerns, in 2015, it was passed that 25% of these fees could go to maintenance. And then in 2017, that was raised to 30%. And so now the agency would like 60%. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we're having so much more visitation, and with the budget cuts, the seasonal staffing, as well as the ability to buy lawnmower blades and the ability to spend money on those things that are more operational and less maintenance based, it drives this ask. To the good doctor's comments, there is about a $3.3 million collected in fees annually. And so at this point, $1.1 million of those fees are going to maintenance of the parks. As far as the good representative from Cheyenne's questions, all of the fees that are collected from the park go into either, at this point, 70% of them go into capital construction. 30% of them are for maintenance. So in this particular bill, that would be 40% going to capital construction and 60% going to maintenance and operation of the parks.
Representative Vice Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify the term permits as used in this statute. We've heard discussion about access fees, user fees to use the state parks and recreation areas and so forth. Are there other permits that are sold by the department beyond just access fees?
Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And, you know, so I thought when I heard the comment about whether this money will be appropriated, my ex-appropriator ears perked up. And so I did look at the fiscal note. And if you read the fiscal note, it says this bill will increase the amount that may be expended with legislative approval. So I think it's pretty clear from the fiscal note that it takes legislative approval. In other words, whatever is, you know, whatever has been is in the budget. And I don't think you can spend outside of that. So if I'm incorrect in that, I would like to hear from appropriations, because certainly they did hear this bill on re-referral, but it would be my guess that whatever is, you know, in the budget that can use these special revenue dollars can use them. But if it's not in the budget, they can't spend it on it. But if I'm mistaken, somebody probably could correct me. Thank you.
Okay, while one of the appropriators makes their way to the mic, I'll go back to Vice Chair Newsom to answer the question from the good representative, maybe from the center of the state, if you can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the representative from the good center of the state, what permit refers to as all the fees, user fees, your annual park pass, your daily park passes, and those sort of fees that are paid directly to the state parks for use of the state parks.
Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess too, I think it's very important that when we talk about what this fund was utilized for, is that we understand it's there for major maintenance. Major maintenance is asset preservation. It's taking care of what we've got in place. And so that is a significant component of what those expenditures are for out of the fund. Also, don't take a lot of comfort when you read this bill that it says it won't go for additional full-time employees or salaries or overtime, because it doesn't preclude AWACS. It doesn't preclude contracts, labor, or anything else along those lines. And again, I struggle with the fact that no one's told me why we went to doubled the amount of discretionary spending within this fund. And I just don't think it's a good idea to allow agencies to have discretion to spend these funds. That's what we go through the budgeting process for. It's what the legislature does. We appropriate the funds. The reason why we did this, and it was longer ago than I thought, I'm afraid of that as I get older, is that there were some situations that were items that they weren't clear were in the major maintenance items that came up as maintenance, and we went ahead and allowed that. And now it's doubling, and again, for a whole nother purpose. And this isn't the only part of their budget. You need to see their whole budget.
I was muted. The things I said about Chairman Greer when I was muted. Whew, good thing I was muted. All right. Madam Chairman Wilson, still not an appropriator, but two ex-appropriators.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have to say that after hearing the explanation of the shift in percentages, I think that this sounds like a good bill. We have an agency that deals with transportation issues, and they've deliberately said in this budget crunch time they're going to go toward preservation and not building new roads or something. And it seems to me that when we've got budget problems, to switch over to where you're not constructing some new picnic shelter or something like that, and instead spending it on maintenance and operations, I think that's a good plan. And maybe we need to tidy it up a little bit in second reading and clarify, no personnel of any kind or something like that. But I think that this is probably a wise use of permit fees during a budget downturn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of struggling with what this bill actually does, because I understand it changes the percentage, but both of them are with legislative approval, whether it's major maintenance or whether it's administrative costs for the agency. So wouldn't you, if it's in the budget, wouldn't they just say notwithstanding and then 364121H? You could supersede this at any time in the budget. And so if they have to go through anyway with approval of the legislature, they have to go through the budget anyway. I'm not clear what this does, because you could just do a notwithstanding statement in the budget and get around this at any time. So thanks.
Vice Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm going to echo similar remarks to the good representative from the center of the state here. Ultimately, I see what we're trying to do is give some what looks to be discretionary funding, but in all truthfulness, it's not discretionary because of those three words in there that says with legislative approval. So my question to the chairman or the vice chairman of this committee is, and maybe to the chairman of appropriations may even be the direct area for this, are we just offering up the authority for our appropriators to utilize more money? And then with this currently being at 30% in the legislative, or I'm sorry, in our statutes, are we hamstringing ourselves? Because it seems to me like the good representative out of Casper just said, it seems like we could easily just do it, notwithstanding this section in a budget and allow more flexibility. So are we not technically doing what we're trying to do?
Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues can certainly correct me as I work hard to either offend or confuse my colleagues in the House. But when they bring their budgets together to us, special revenue is included in their budget and we approve it. And I agree with the good representative from the center of the state that we could in the budget put a footnote and allow them to do whatever they would want to do with these funds. I think as I read this would allow them, currently they can only use 30% for major maintenance projects, which we approve. They just don't exceed that, and we approve the projects, or approve their budget as such. My question Mr. Chairman, is what impact will this have on major maintenance? And I think that there's a fair argument to be raised that if this goes to operations, we know that if you maintain things during the operational stage, particularly assets such as buildings, then it reduces the amount of major maintenance that then is required. So in water systems, other things that state parks might have. So there is probably an argument to be made by making sure that we have proper operations, that we then push out the need for major maintenance things or the requirement for major maintenance things. And then as we continue to do major maintenance, that reduces the need for capital construction. So I think that there's fair arguments on both sides of this deal. Didn't help much, did I? Confused you?
Just when we thought appropriations was coming to answer all the questions. Vice Chair Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's make a distinction between major maintenance, which comes from a different pot of money that is allocated on a percentage basis by department, and maintenance, which is cleaning the porta potties, which is, fixing a window, which is doing those things that you would kind of do around your house to keep it up to snuff. But major maintenance is a different pot of money allocated on a percentage basis to the departments.
Vice Chair Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just dealt with the bill to raise fees for a variety of things, and I noticed that one of the fees that was not there was usage fees for our state parks and recreation areas. I was wondering, will we see a proposal for increasing those fees? I've often thought that, when we have major events taking place in, like a big rodeo in the capital city, the price of using a hotel room goes up during that time period. And I wondered whether or not the state parks might be able to generate substantial revenue by having different prices on different peak periods when they have greater demand for the facilities that they have available. And just to follow up on the last statement by a representative from Cody Country. So is this money that we're talking about in this bill for major maintenance or for routine maintenance? Can you clarify that?
Vice Chair Newsom.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. This is for ordinary maintenance. Major maintenance is a separate thing. Some things are done with this fund that might be considered major maintenance, but it's a different allocation of money for major maintenance than it is for ordinary maintenance. Also, concerning the user fees, an up to amount was set in statute several years ago. And so within those restrictions of those user fees that were set, you will see state park user fees increase. I don't know, and it may be worth looking into if those fees can be adjusted seasonally or not. I think there was in the past a low season, high season fee, but at this point, I'm not sure. At this point, the fees that have come into place in 2021 do not have that high season, low season attribute. We did increase out-of-state user fees more than in-state user fees were increased in this last round of user fee increases, which they didn't have to come to the legislature for because they were well under the restrictions that were put in years ago on user fees for state parks.
Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to perhaps add my opinion into the question that keeps coming back. Why don't we just do this in the budget? And I'm just guessing it's because we currently have a chief executive who, in no uncertain terms, has been very firm with the idea of not legislating in the budget. As we've found out, I think the hard way, 2 years now in a row. But that same message, I think, is out to the state agency directors and the cabinet that they're not to be well, that any legislating the budget will likely get a pen. He can't officially say that, but I think he's been very clear that he doesn't like to see it. So if I'm an agency, this would be the proper way to go, even if I disagree sometimes with the chief executive on what is and what isn't legislating with the budget. This past biennium, we certainly saw anything that was potentially in that area get a veto.
Speaker Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't know that I might be the only one that was serving on the Travel, Recreation, Wildlife Committee when there was a fairly major rewrite about 7 years ago of this part of statute regarding this agency. And I'll just give you my memory, and the context of it was, this was an agency that was had fallen behind due to funding, fallen behind on capital upgrades, major maintenance, and basic maintenance. And so as we considered that, and the good chairman at the time was a dynamic gal from Teton County, we covered the state. We visited, talked to lots of different folks, etc. And what we went with was we gave the agency more latitude to set fees. And in doing that, however, and they could do that, give them more latitude, but we also said, we want to prioritize getting our facilities, having good facilities. Because what we had heard was, we have great areas, but the facilities, people, they weren't attracted to them. And so the committee at the time, and I believe, and then ultimately the legislature, in my memory, said, we insist that you put the lion's share of this money, the 60 plus, or the nearly 60%, toward getting our facilities, improving them. Now I think it seems to me that and I know they've done a lot of that work, and some of you that partake in those recreational areas and things, I'm sure you can attest to, things have changed significantly over the last 6 years. So now it seems to me, with the popularity, with the improvements that have been made, the discussion seems to be like, now we've got to take care of what we've done such a good job of building. We built it, they are coming, now let's take care of it. At least that is certainly the trajectory that the committee at the time and the legislature at the time hoped for. And I would say this is a natural growth of that expectation coming to fruition. So I am on and for the bill, and a couple of technical things I'll just point out. The bill says not more than 60%. So maybe it's only 40% next year, not 30. Maybe it's 45, maybe it's 50, but it gives them the latitude to adjust their or to modify that spending mix, if you will, as their priority may change. So I think that is good. And with the Committee of the Whole amendment, certainly that improved it as well. So I'm on and for the bill, and I just thought maybe, Mr. Chairman, that maybe that trajectory look that I think is coming to fruition with this bill is exactly what the committee at the time and the legislature at the time hoped would happen. Things are getting better. We built it. They came. Let's keep it up and take care of it, and more will come. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It sounds like we've talked a lot about maintenance, and it sounds like the history of this statute deals with maintenance of our parks. But this bill, page 2, line 10, frees up the money to be used for operations for recreation areas, so long as it's not used to pay overtime or for full-time employees. And it was my understanding from the testimony in the committee is that the intention was to hire some part-time summer employees to help with overflow issues. So for what it's worth, that's the plain language seems to not limit this money to maintenance at all.
Madam Minority Floor Leader Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up on the good speakers' comments from a couple of years ago, and maybe the vice chair can address this. When we were having those discussions a couple of years ago, there was, in all honesty, a discussion about toilets and cleaning them, and that with the upgrades and with the desire and the success of having more people attend our state parks, there was a need for basic services, and we were falling down on that. And it was negatively impacting how visitors thought about visiting our state parks. And so I'm curious if you could address some of the kind of basic, and I won't even call them amenities, but the reality of what it means to have a functioning state park system.
Vice Chair Newsom, you want that one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think that the previous speakers have kind of hit the nail on the head. We built these beautiful, we took this permit money, this fee money, built these beautiful facilities, and now we need to take care of them, not only in forms of major maintenance, but as we've discussed that this is not part of that, but in forms of just ordinary maintenance and in the form of operational, in the form of operations. So as the good minority leader pointed out, it is our obligation to our visitors to provide them with a quality facility, not only in the form of buildings, but in the form of keeping it clean, keeping the lawns mowed, doing that, cleaning the toilet. And that is part of what this would go for: cleaning supplies, buying lawnmower blades, and those sorts of things. And also seasonal employees for law enforcement and fee collection and cleaning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, as I've listened to this, is there any information out there on what the percentage of increase of usage there's been? You know, as we discussed this here, as far as how much more this is being used, which is causing some of this added need for maintenance and stuff, I would guess with the increase in usage, there would be an increase in fees coming in and being able to maintain this. So I'm just curious, what has been the increase in the attendance at our state parks, and what is the projection on that based on our history right now? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm looking at the budget that you folks will be looking at in March, and if you go to page 64 of the budget, that's the State Parks and Cultural Resources budget. What they did is, number one, they had, as part of their step 2 cuts, they had to reduce a certain amount of money out of their operations budget. And when they took the money out of their operations budget, they eliminated, in essence, about 17 unfunded temporary positions. And then they came back and they said that because of our drop in other funds, we would like to take the funds from the fees, which is statute 264121 Romanet H, or letter H, and they're cutting that as well. And to replace the funds from the major maintenance, they want to transfer it over to maintenance of outdoor recreation areas and facilities. But part of their request, and what was approved by the governor, was that to leave in existing language. It says the maintenance and operation of outdoor recreation areas and facilities is approved, provided that no amount shall be expended for additional full-time employees or increase in salaries or overtime pay of full-time employees. So they just wanted to make sure that if you go from 30% to 60%, you can't use it to hire more employees, because we put a cap on employees or full-time employees. But apparently it's okay to use temporary employees because they were eliminating them. They're looking for another source of dollars that were cut in the stage 1, step 2 cuts, to replace it, to allow additional part-time employees to perform those duties. And my question is that is that accurate? Because I'm comparing the language in the statute to what was printed in the budget books. And so I'm not speaking for or against. I just want to make sure that we're all understand exactly what's transpiring.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had some of the same questions my good chairman had. I would add, though, that my recollection is that state parks had over a 30% increase in visitation last year. And that was part of what drove these issues, was that increase put a demand on for more seasonal employees, which we may not now be addressing in this amended bill. Thank you.
Vice Chair Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I may ask my chairman to jump in here if she has a different or an additional information. As far as the increase, in 2019, there were about 4.4 million visitors, and in 2020, about 5.8 million visitors. So 1.4 million visitors between 2019 and 2020. And that created, yes, some more user fees, but not enough to offset the additional staff and the additional operations that it needed to allow for a quality visitor experience. So there has been a significant increase, but it has also put significant stresses on the state park system. As far as seasonal employees, as I believe that in terms of operational budget, that includes seasonal employees. And when we have 1.4 million more visitors, there is a need for more seasonal employees, not only for doing maintenance and cleaning, but also to collect those fees and also for law enforcement. When you have Glendale State Park with 20,000 people on a weekend, there is a law enforcement need there that increases with the number of people. Thank you.
Chairman Flitner, did you have anything to add? That must be a resounding no. Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know how much money you have in the State Parks Fund. If you could tell us that, please. Thank you.
Representative Lorson Dan.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have a question. I was just kind of wondering how much their fees went up this year. I see when I paid my annual camping permit, it's I think $80 now, and I sure don't remember paying that last year. Did they get an increase on fees last year of a certain percentage, 20%, or if you could answer that? I mean, when they increase those fees, I would guess they're going to get more money coming in that way, and why do we have to raise a percentage they can use in this bill then?
Representative Heiner.
Was that me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Okay. If you're ready.
You broke up a little bit there, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick question. I'm trying to put some numbers back of the envelope here, and raising that percentage from 30% up to 60%. It looks like it frees up a little over $1 million for operations and maintenance costs. Am I wrong, or can we get a good number there? How much money we're talking that's going to be freed up for them to use for operations and maintenance above what they already have today? Thank you.
Vice Chair Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The annual fee collection is right around 3.3 million. So currently, 1.1 million is used for this maintenance, the maintenance issues, and that would increase by 1.1 million, given that, you know, the fee collection stays pretty much the same. So there would be an additional 1.1 million for additional maintenance and operation. As far as how much the fees have increased, they did increase in 2021 within the structure of statutes already set. And so residents pay $7 a day for state parks and $4 a day for historic sites. Annual passes increased from 40 to 48, and the representative from my home county is correct that the camping passes went to $80. And then the non-residence fees are basically almost double what we pay as residents. So I guess I want to make clear that there's not kind of a pot of money sitting there. These are fees collected and fees expended for capital construction and maintenance at this point. So there's not really a fund, it's money in, money out. Thank you.
Madam Chairman Flitner.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not quite sure what I missed because all of a sudden my internet just went down. So I just want to commend my vice chairman for handling all this to this point. But I would just say that as personally myself speaking, and then also the majority of the committee, I think we just felt like this was increasing the percentage so they could maintain these assets. I just see this as asset preservation. And we've seen how the numbers have grown with park visitors, especially in light of this past year. We all know how much that increased statewide, and our state parks really felt that, and especially those that are near our borders. And so we just didn't see this as doing great harm in terms of allowing them to use a little bit more of the funds that they generate through those fees by those visitors to go toward the preservation of those assets. So I'll add that at this point. I'll jump back in if my good vice chairman needs me.
Representative Baer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not hearing. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'm hearing here, it seems that this percentage is increasing, but there would be an offsetting decrease in capital expenditures, if I'm understanding this correctly. And as the good speaker mentioned, we had to make these capital expenditures early on in the process. Now we've moved into just maintaining those capital expenditures via the maintenance. So though the language of this bill does not address the decrease, I'm assuming, I'm trying to get to the statute right now, but I haven't made it there yet, that there's a limit to these funds. So therefore, there would be a correlating decrease in expenditures in capital construction. And I assume that since this is approximately a $1.1 million increase in maintenance, that we would see an offsetting $1.1 million decrease in capital expenditures that were allowed by this legislature. And thank you for the answer to the question.
Speaker Barlow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I think the previous question from the good representative from the Northeast is spot on. And actually it's contained in the bill. There can only be 100%. So as you increase the maximum on one, the other one obviously has to decrease. It's not elsewhere in the bill. It's not elsewhere in the statute. What is elsewhere in the statute in this same section, Mr. Chairman, is there is a limit there's a high-end limit on all these permits. What we did as what the legislature did 6 years, 7 years ago, however long it was, is we said, we'll give you some latitude through the commission and rulemaking to adjust your fees as appropriate as going through the public process, as long as they don't exceed these amounts. So there was an example about a overnight camping, I believe, annual resident overnight camping, and the increase. Well, the maximum allowed by statute is actually $96 currently in statute. So they're not at the maximum of what they could charge. So I guess what I'm trying to point out with that, ladies and gentlemen, is this is not a shortage of funding, I don't believe. This is a distribution or the utilization of the current funds, of the available funds. So they could go through the process, and if there was support for raising the fees, they could certainly do so, and they have latitude with numerous of these fees. And I've got that website pulled up. You can look right through their things. Some things are at the maximum. A daily use fee might be at the maximum, but many other things are well below the maximums that would be allowed. So this is about how they can use the funds, not about particularly they need more funds. Now, there's no question if they're reducing their general funds, they need more latitude to use these special revenue funds. And I think that is what's trying to be accomplished here. And like I said, I think that is the beautiful arc we hopefully see as we legislate over time and see things over time, is we're getting what we hoped we'd get. We're getting a more user-friendly, enjoyable, and inviting system. And that requires some adjustments. And this, I would respectfully argue, is one of those adjustments that is appropriate. And I would ask you to vote in favor of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vice Chair Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually was leaning against this until the last two speakers. So they've made it much more clear for me. So one of the things I'm curious about, our fees did not increase until 2021, which is just this year. So we really haven't recovered and recouped some of that increase in revenue to be able to actually offset some of this. And I have a question about some of the reduced seasonal employees. Did our recs, our state parks and such, did they, from what I understand, some of them were closed, so they didn't have some of the revenues that they should have because of COVID. So that kind of contributed to some of this, but also maybe some of their employees, they didn't get back some of their employees and such. So did that contribute to this as well? So those were my questions, because I'm thinking that contributes to the lack of funding that's creating kind of this snowball effect. And the last two speakers totally brought it home for me that this is actually just giving them latitude to be able to shuffle their funds in a cut situation. So I'd appreciate your response.
Vice Chair Newsom. Did you want to respond to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, that is a pretty accurate assessment. And some of the parks opened early and had staffing issues. So as COVID hit, then there was an outcry from the citizens of Wyoming to open the parks earlier than are generally open, and only to Wyoming residents. So early on in the COVID crisis, parks were open, some parks were open early, but only to Wyoming residents. So then the fee collection is about half of what it would be had we been open to out-of-state residents. That's part of the challenge. Another part of the challenge with employees was that the seasonal employees weren't used to coming to work earlier. And many of them are in that kind of older category and were uncomfortable coming back to work. So those were a couple of the challenges we had. And you're right. And I think we need to remember that this is an up to amount. So it's not like we're saying, okay, 60% goes here, 40% goes to capital construction. We're saying within that 60%, do your best to keep that number down so that we can do more capital construction. And they have been very good at being very frugal with how they spend that 30% that they currently have on maintenance to keep things up and running for our visitors. Thank you.
Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I stand on in support of the bill. I think the body needs to realize that all this bill does is allow some of this money to be spent on operations, basically, that was split a little different. It does not take away the appropriation right that we have in appropriations. So in future budgets or in this coming budget, the agency can make a recommendation with their special revenue dollars, whether that be for maintenance, whether that be for structures, whether that be for operations, and then appropriations, and eventually the legislature will make those decisions. So it doesn't take away our authority to make decisions. It simply broadens the ability for them to ask, basically. We still make that decision once they ask. And so I stand on in support of this.
Thank you, Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking on and for the bill, being a former elected official from coal country, we often had the expression of greasing the engine that brings financial success to the state. And I believe this is another example of that. Tourism, with the 1.1 million increase in visitors and the nation just opening up, I believe that people will be drawn to the outdoors, be drawn to our beautiful state. And I believe that maintenance and upkeep is an important part of continuing to bringing that revenue into the state. So on and for the bill.
Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I just wanted to speak on and for the bill. The millions of people come every year to the stone, which is yellow, and I think this gives the flexibility of the said group or department to be able to maintain what has been built and what we're building, even in previous bills that we've talked about. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was sorry, but I want to restate why I have concerns about this. And I think, we look at the history that the good speaker gave us, and it was a very good history, and it helped me refresh my recollection a little as well. But so right now, when you look at this, we've got 70% of this account is for capital construction and major maintenance. Okay, then up to 30% can be used for regular maintenance. Now, I'm going to argue that major maintenance is fixing the broken window and that regular maintenance is washing the window. Okay, so the policy shift that we have right now, okay, is that we are, as a legislature, we are not putting the same emphasis on major maintenance. Now, major maintenance will keep down the cost of regular maintenance. Okay, we'll hear that time and time again as we move through other pieces of legislation this year. Okay, if that's fine with the policy shift, and maybe I'm okay with that. And folks have said, well, yeah, but we still get to appropriate. Well, you do and you don't, because the line item on these budgets for millions and millions of dollars is one line. It's not broken down. Okay, so our control really is to make sure, do we want this to go towards construction to continue to build it and make sure the major maintenance gets done with 30% of it for regular maintenance? Okay, that's the policy decision, and I don't like this shift myself. The one that gives me the most concern is the operational costs. We have no idea what those are. So operational costs are not going to be fixing the fence that got ran over. Okay, that's major maintenance. They're not fixing the boat ramp. They're not doing the picnic areas. Okay, they're not mowing the lawns. They're not cleaning the toilets. They're going to be other things. And they're all going to come in as one line item on the budget. And if you think we have any control on it past that, you're wrong. So I wanted to clarify my position. It took only an hour for me to get back around to my turn again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Greer. We'll try to make it a snappy apple for you next time. Representative Stith, your hand was up, went down. Did you want a turn or?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. I think this is probably obvious by now, but in response to the concerns from the representative from District 27, I would say that our chief executive asked the agencies to make dramatic cuts, and this is essentially an attempt to cut $1.1 million out of the general fund and replace it with special revenue. So it's a swap. Longer term, is that a great policy choice? We can debate that, but I think the agency is saying that it really needs this bill to make the $1.1 million cut out of its general fund.
Thank you, Speaker Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think that the solace I have in this is the solace that we put in the bill 5-6 years ago in this legislation, and it is the words "not more than." I don't believe they may have been maxed out at 30% previously, and that's why they need this adjustment. I do not believe it's going to automatically jump to 60%. I think there is a Goldilocks place somewhere in there, and that will be through their budgeting process and through their budget preparation, and that will become through the joint appropriations as they bring forth what they want to do. So I think there is a place in this range of 30 to 60, which it could be less than 30, right? Could be 60 down to 0. Unrealistic, but not more than. And I recall that discussion very clearly when we did this this legislation and gave them the latitude to set fees and then gave them some sideboards. It's time to give them a little more rope to do their job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Haroldson.
Call for the question.
Okay. Body sensing your desire to vote and there being a call of the question, we will proceed. All those in favor of Chairman Flitner's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 58 do pass, signify by raising your hand. Okay, put them down. All those opposed, raise your hand. All right. House Bill 58 has passed the committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 62. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 62, sponsored by Education, Suicide Prevention, an act relating to education. This bill was referred to Committee Number 4, Education, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Conley, Harshman, Newsom, Obermuller, Paxton, Summers. Noes, Andrew, Brown, Nyman. Signed, Representative Paxton, Chairman.
For the reading of the bill, what is your pleasure, Chairman Paxton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 62 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the standing committee amendments and turn the explanation of the bill over to the good majority floor leader.
Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the 66th. I bring you House Bill 62, Suicide Prevention, and ask for your favorable consideration. Suicide is an epidemic in Wyoming. A 2018 report from a prominent federal agency ranked Wyoming #1 in suicide rates among states. And suicide was the leading cause of death for adolescents in Wyoming aged 15 to 24 years old, according to a group that evaluates states' health metrics. The Wyoming legislature passed the Jason Flatt Act in 2014 to help stem the tide of youth suicide. The act requires each teacher and school administrator within the district to receive at least 8 hours of suicide prevention education every 4 years using suitable materials reviewed and recommended by the Superintendent of Public Instruction. From 2016 to 2019, despite the passage of this act, there has been a 42% increase in completed suicides in adolescents in the state of Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, your committee number 4, Education, took up this important issue during the 2020 interim, and House Bill 62 is the result. The Jason Flatt Act trained education professionals to recognize the signs of potential suicide in students, but we have no training of students to recognize these signs within their peers. Mr. Chairman, the Joint Interim Education Committee recommends amending the Jason Flatt Act to include student body education for suicide prevention in Wyoming public schools using an evidence-based program. Mr. Chairman, I will walk you through the bill. And Mr. Chairman, there is a standing committee amendment, but I think the way to do this is to let me kind of roll through the bill, and I'll explain the way the bill was written, and then I'll explain the amendment and why the Education Committee brought that amendment, and then how it reads. It's such a simple bill that I can just kind of basically read it, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, it goes in and it creates a 21-9-105 on page 1 of the bill, suicide prevention instruction. And this is what the bill says before the amendment. A school district shall include suicide prevention instruction in a health and safety program required under 21-9-101-BIG. What that reference in statute is the basket of goods or the educational program. And then, Mr. Chairman, the bill would go on and say a school district shall provide instruction under this subsection in any appropriate manner, which may include age-appropriate evidence-based instruction on suicide prevention, provided that the instruction shall be consistent with the suicide prevention education materials provided under 21-202A 35, which goes into the duties of the Superintendent of Public Instruction, where she basically allowing her to create these suitable materials, designate these suitable teaching materials. And then the training provided under 21-3-110A 33, which goes into the Board of Trustees duties and ensures that teachers and school administrators will get trained under the conditions of the Jason Flatt Act. So, Mr. Chairman, what your House Education heard in testimony, compelling testimony from students, is something needs to be done. At the same time, we have heard from our districts that, is there one more straw that breaks the camel's back? Are we overloading an already loaded mule, let's say? And there was good reason, I think, to worry about the way the bill was first brought, because when you go in and you say you shall provide instruction in the basket of goods, that triggers a whole set of things, including the development of standards, assessments, the whole 9 yards, accountability perhaps even. And I don't think it was, based upon the testimony we heard, it really wasn't the intent to go that far. And so, Mr. Chairman, what your committee number 4 did in this amendment is basically got rid of that instruction part and placing it in the basket of goods and requiring standards and assessments. And so what this would read when we were done with it, Mr. Chairman, is a school district shall provide suicide prevention programs to students and then the rest of that struck. A school district shall provide programs under this subsection in any appropriate manner, which may include age-appropriate evidence-based programs on suicide prevention, provided that the programs shall be consistent with the suicide prevention education materials, under that the Superintendent of Public Instruction puts in place, and the training provided by this boards of trustees. And so So what the idea was that came out of committee number 4 was, we do not want this in the instructional program, educational program. We would like to see districts provide programs to students. And so that could be anything from, getting all of the students together in an assembly and providing some kind of program. It could be material that is posted or handed out. It really leaves that to the discretion, as long as it's appropriate and follows kind of those guidelines by the duties of the superintendent. And so, Mr. Chairman, that's really the bill and the amendment. And Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would stand for questions on the amendment. And I think if we dispensed with that first would be great.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader Summers. So committee, we are on the Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 62. Are there any questions? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and in support of the amendment, I appreciate the content of it and look forward to supporting the bill as well.
Question.
Thank you. Representative O'Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The majority floor leader covered most of it. I don't want to see a 6 or 8 hour video. It's more face-to-face with the kids that are going through these problems, and not just kids, but everybody during this COVID. So he covered most of my concerns. I didn't want to see an 8 hour video where the kids are not talking to other kids about this problem. Thank you.
Question being called on the Standing Committee Amendment number 1. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Okay, put your hands down. All those opposed. Standing Committee number 1 has been adopted, and we're back on the bill. Madam Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question. There's only 2 pages, so it's easy enough to locate it. But in the main paragraph, line 13, 14, 15, I'm puzzled. It says, shall provide instruction which may include age-appropriate evidence-based instruction. So, I mean, I would hope the school district wouldn't pick it, but it sounds like it doesn't have to be age-appropriate, and it doesn't have to be evidence-based either. And I know the challenges of finding evidence of things that don't happen, but I know in the past couple of decades, there were a couple of well-known programs that, and I can't mention their names, but that were very popular nationally. One to reduce drug use, one to keep kids out of prison. And after research over some while, it was determined that they were actually not effective, and some of them were even counterproductive. So I'm a little mystified by sort of the squishiness on what sort of programming we're willing to put time and effort into. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to sort of somewhat echo the concerns of the good chairwoman of Labor Health, yeah, that was exactly what I was going to go to. Is there's a program out there, as far as I know, is still in use. Came out of federal efforts in the 80s. And the whole idea of that program, the whole philosophy around it, and its motto, if you will, is just say no. And what has over the decades since its creation has found that the way that's being presented is when everybody else, when all of your friends are doing drugs or alcohol or smoking or whatever, just say no. And what has come about from that is it leaves students with this impression that everybody but them must be doing those things, and they are therefore the outcast, And so it anyway has sort of backfired, and I'm getting a little off topic, but I just want to make that point to that. And I'm not presuming that that the material that would be out there to be presented in this case necessarily emphasizes a similar idea. But I am concerned, and I do think that the amendment helps, but I am concerned in how we are defining age appropriate, because at least as I understood it, the bill goes from 6th grade all the way up to 12th. And, you know, is there a potential that we are, that we need to consider here, that we are introducing kids as young as like 12, 13-ish years old to a concept that had this not been brought up, that that may have never entered their minds. And I fully respect that this is a problem, and I fully respect that you know, that it's something that probably needs to be discussed and needs to be addressed, especially in light of this past year when we are seeing not specifically even to Wyoming, but all over the country with the lockdowns and whatnot, this massive spike in suicide in young people. But I'm just quite concerned that there are going to be some unintended consequences of introducing the topic to some students who may not have otherwise contemplated that issue prior to that. And you know, on top of that, I'm always somewhat hesitant when we're putting additional requirements and burdens on local school districts, although once again, the amendment as presented, I think alleviates most of those concerns. But anyway, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, I guess if you could, I guess one of the questions I have out of that whole soapbox is, would parents have an option to possibly pull their children out of these instructional you know, lessons if they don't feel comfortable with their kids being you know, subjected to that?
Vice Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems to me that this bill with the amendment is rich in discretion for the individual schools in every area except whether or not to do it at all. And it kind of, I guess I don't like the tone of it. It sounds like we're telling people across the state that their superintendents and their school boards aren't smart enough to recognize what an issue suicide is. And I think all of those people, those elected school boards in their communities and their superintendents are fully aware of how serious the issue of suicide is in our state. And they don't need a bill from the Wyoming State Legislature telling them, by gosh, you're going to do it. They can do it already if they wish.
Representative Baer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am going to take a moment here to share a personal experience with you all because I think it has relevance, and I do so with trepidation because I have not had the opportunity to meet many of you and get to know you, and so this is a very personal issue for me. So I am going to go ahead and move into that just because I think it's important. This is clearly an important subject, and how we deal with it is also just as important. So bottom line is I'm a victim of this tragedy. I lost my son just about 10 years ago, and to this particular issue. And I tell you that because of the relevance. As I give my testimony on this issue to you, I really want you to understand just how much I've learned in the last 10 years about this issue, and just how effective or ineffective I see particular ways of attacking the issue. Yes, we have an epidemic. Yes, Wyoming is the worst place in the numbers. There's no denying that. But when this happened to me, there were follow-on suicides. And the school district was attacked by parents for not doing enough, much like the good floor leader mentioned the testimony that they received, that the state is not doing enough. And at that time, because of the way my wife and I reacted to the situation, I was asked by the school district to come and help out with the students. And in particular, my son's girlfriend was leading the effort to teach the fellow students really how to do exactly what this training is supposed to do, and that is look for the signs of somebody that might commit suicide or take their life, and give them solutions, or at least a phone number that they could call for help. I, on the other hand, was in the classroom, but was unable to address the issues as I saw them with the solution that I saw that was necessary. And again, the suicides continued. And after that, the attacks from the parents continued because of the ineffectiveness of the school. And so I rose in defense of the school in that particular situation. And I just want to share with you the exact conversation I had with the school district administration about the issue. And this is it. And I need you all to understand that we're talking about adolescence here. Every one of us has been an adolescent at some point. And so if we can remember far enough back to how our minds worked back then, we would understand. And those of us who have had adolescent children also can be reminded by the fact that adolescents tend to take situations to the extreme. And things that you and I as adults can deal with easily, they don't understand that sometimes. And the issue that they're living with at the moment is, to them, maybe life ending. And so back to what I spoke to the school district about, and that was this. In one classroom of the school, we are currently teaching these students that they evolved and that we come from chance. And so in another classroom, and especially if this particular bill passes, we will be teaching them, as we should, that they are loved and they're cared for, and that we do not want them to take their life, that we want them around. Well, I just ask you to think about, when an adolescent mind is in the pit of despair for whatever reason, which of those two things are they going to go with? Which one of those two truths that we have taught them and we have expected our teachers to teach them, which of the two will they go with? I would argue that this 42% increase is because we've addressed this particular issue in the same way over and over and over. And really, what is the issue? The issue is that people who do this, we've had testimony, I guess, that 95% of these people are mentally ill. Well, I'm here to tell you that if 95% of the people that have done this in our schools, which this bill addresses, were mentally ill, we would be addressing it in a very different way than this particular bill does. This bill addresses, I guess, the other 5%, but I would argue that it's really probably most of those adolescents. And that is this: it's hope versus hopelessness. That's really the bottom line here. And so can we provide hope? And I would look at our Declaration of Independence, where our founding fathers in their brilliance said that they're trying, and we should be trying, to provide life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we can do things to create happiness. We can take money from one group of citizens and give it to another, but that happiness is short-lived. It's like the grass here in Wyoming. It comes up in April and it's dead by August. So that kind of help is not really giving hope. So how do we give hope? Well, I will tell you that I don't believe that the school district can be held accountable so long as we're teaching that other subject. So where do we go? And how do we answer these people that are looking for help? Well, I will tell you this, that there are people in our communities today that can do that. But everything that the government does has an opportunity cost to it. When we look at money, the government cannot produce anything, any kind of wealth. So as we take money out of one hand and put it in another, we are not creating help for them in that regard. We're not creating wealth. So there's an opportunity cost, obviously, to the people we took the money away from. When we provide a service, which is what we're best at, is providing services. We have people who can provide a service, and we get them together with people who need the service. And that's a good function of government. But sometimes the service has to go through government, and government has restricted themselves to not deal with things that come from faith. And I'm going to talk about faith. I'm sorry if this offends you, but I've got to talk about it, because this is where hope really comes from. And we have restricted our teachers away from being able to discuss the one place where they can find hope. And the reason, here's one thing I'd like to share with you. It's just a quote from my political hero. And because we don't use names here, I'm not going to tell you who it is, but anybody who wants to know can reach out to me. I'll share with you. But this is somebody we all should know, but he's been lost in history. But he's also the hero, political hero of the executive of this country that served as the executive during that great war between the North and the South. And so the quote is this: I would suggest that faith is everyone's business. The advance or decline of faith is so intimately connected to the welfare of a society that it should be of particular interest to a politician. And that's all of you and me. So with that, I would just say that if we try to solve this problem the way we've been trying to solve it, I believe we'll probably see an increase in suicides. And those people who want to hold us to account for that will continue to be upset, because we don't have a good solution the way we do things. Until we're prepared to change the way we teach children and the way we have pushed our faith out of the schools, we cannot hold these schools to account for dealing with this particular issue. And the opportunity cost that I mentioned earlier is the fact that as we try to teach this issue and try to address this issue, there are many people out there who will say, well, the schools are handling it, the state's got it under control. I'm not going to address this with my children, or I'm not going to get my children over to a person of faith that has an answer that can give them hope. So I would say we are really hurting ourselves, and we have been for years. I appreciate all the efforts that started back in 2014 that got the teacher education, and I do believe that's important. We do need to try to see that, but if it hasn't worked with the teachers, why do we believe teaching the adolescents this is going to make it any better? The truth of the matter is that we've created this situation where people do not look in the right place for the answers to this, and the more we continue to try to provide those answers, the less they're going to find them. So until we change the direction we're going to educate our children, which this is I apologize to my Army friends here on the floor, but this is a Navy analogy, if you'll give me a moment to use that. This is a big ship, and it's been going this direction for a long time. And it's going to take a lot to turn it around, to fix this particular problem. And so I would say that we can start to do that right here with this bill if we eliminate this bill. If we stop trying to solve this problem through the legislature and through the education system of this state. And with that, I am on and against the bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative Baer. Madam Minority Floor Leader Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, forgive the breach of protocol. Representative Baer, I am so sorry for the loss to you and your family. And I just want to say that. Mr. Chairman, excuse me. Just to kind of follow up on some of the comments and some of the testimony that we heard in committee. And I'll tell you, some of the most compelling of that testimony was by school kids who had been the siblings of or good friends of other kids who had died by suicide. And each one of them talked about how they either knew or they were told by another kid about what was happening. We understand and have understood in the state that this is an epidemic and wanted to do something about it. And was it 5 years ago, we passed a bill that obligated teachers to be trained, and that happened. However, the teachers themselves and the counselors in the schools themselves said that they were the third, the fifth, the eighth to hear. They weren't first or second. First or second to hear were the other kids. And these kids testified that they wished they knew what to do. If they knew what to do, they might have behaved differently. They might have saved a life. And honestly, on the committee, we spent some time assuring those children that they were not responsible for the death of their siblings or their friends because they didn't know what to do. But felt like it's our obligation to provide for them that information so that then they could turn to a teacher who has been trained. That's what this bill is attempting to do. And honestly, one of the most brave of these kids addressed the issue about faith-based training, which everyone is like, fine, I mean, that's good. But this girl said to us, I don't go to church. That is my choice. That is my family's choice. That is who we are as a secular nation. I want that training. And she just looked us in the virtual eye and said that to us. And we had to nod our heads and say to her, yes, you are right. There are trainings out there. We know that we will have help from our healthcare practitioners, our psychologists in our communities in providing to our schools, right, that kind of training for our children. And with that, I would ask you to vote in favor of the amendment and in favor of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I just wanted to answer a few of the questions that were asked. And first of all, to the good representative from Coal Country, and I'm an emotional guy, so I'll probably start crying, but I really feel for you. I had my closest cousin commit suicide this spring. And so it's not like a child, but I certainly understand your pain, and I appreciate your testimony. And so to answer a couple of questions first, to the good chairman of health, I have the same concern. I'm new to the committee, right? I didn't go through the interim. I have the same concern in the language which says may include age appropriate. I think we could clean that up. I think it should be different than that. And then to the former chair of agriculture, same thing on age appropriate. You know, I think that's entirely reasonable. You could even decide what age group you wanted to provide that to. If you didn't want your kids in it, we could put that clause in that as well. I believe it's a program, so it's not required instruction. But I think all of that could be put in there. And I think about what the good representative from the land of coal said. And I know in my community, we have a prevention specialist, county prevention specialist, and she's created a team in the county that includes faith-based in law enforcement to do a lot of trainings. And it would be my hope that schools, as they developed programs for children, would utilize these assets that we have in our community. And I think they will. Do I know that this is the right bill at the right time? I don't know. I just know that an effort probably needs to be made. And maybe it's a societal effort that has nothing to do with this bill. But I think this is a good attempt. I think we could work more on this bill. So I would encourage you. And Mr. Chairman, did we pass the amendment, or are we still on the amendment, or are we back? I think we're on the bill, right?
Yeah, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we passed the amendment. We're on the bill.
Yeah, so I think we're on the bill. So I'd stand in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, and thank you for sharing your personal story. Representative Bear, thank you as well. You know, the pause for a moment because the House of Representatives is a beautiful place, and we're all people. And I think it's a beautiful thing when a bill comes across our desks, and it may seem simple to some and maybe not so much to others, but man, are there some personal stories that really impact the debate. And so really just appreciate the debate and really appreciate how we're handling this one. So thank you, body, for that. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, my deepest condolences to my friend from District 31. Like so many others, my family has been affected by suicide as well. And I've also had the opportunity to work in the field of prevention and seen how these programs work, how they come into play. I think that evidence-based programs have come a long way over the years. There's several out there that show their level of effectiveness. Having had the opportunity to save a child's life using one of these programs, I've seen what hope can do. And I've also had the opportunity to save several adults' lives using evidence-based programs, and I've seen what hope can do. In regards to this bill, we know that up to 80% of the time when a teen contemplates suicide, when they're having suicidal ideation, they tell a friend, not necessarily an adult. And so I look at this bill as an opportunity to support a much needed skill set in the public school sector. I believe that the faith community can play a role as well. There's a lot going on in our county with the faith community, and I think that everybody can play a role in preventing suicide. It is a preventable cause of death. I can tell you also that postvention is prevention, and when it's done accurately and correctly using evidence-based programs, lives can be saved. In regards to the opt-out, it's my understanding that parents will have the opportunity to opt out of this if they choose so. And in regard to the comment about planting the word suicide into a child's brain and them thinking that that there might be a thought that wasn't there before, evidence has shown that that's a myth. And so I think that the time has come that we need to pass this bill. Our youth need to be equipped with this new skill set. The word suicide is always a big elephant in the room. And in Wyoming, it's actually like larger than an elephant. And so it's like a woolly mammoth. And so I think that that I am in strong support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to basically, sorry, a little bit emotional there. Of course, I wanted to extend my condolences to the good colleague of this body. And I wanted to just make a little bit of an addition to the conversation and to fill in a couple of gaps, even do support, but I wanted to make mention of, just to kind of glaze over, but with a little bit of focus, the risk factors. And if you'll entertain me, I just want to read a few of the risk factors. Family history of suicide, previous suicide attempts, feelings of hopelessness. We went over that earlier. Cultural and religious beliefs, or beliefs that suicide is a noble resolution, which it's not, of course. Local epidemics of suicide, isolation or feeling of being cut off from other people, barriers to mental health treatment, loss of either recreational, social, or work or financial, physical illness, easy access to lethal methods, an unwillingness to seek help based on the stigma. And there's an individual I would like to quote, but without using the individual's name, I will refer to him as the metaphysician. He said that there were multiple forms of suicide, and some of those forms include, but are not limited to, egocentric suicide, which stem from the absence of social integration, altruistic suicide, when one gives their life for the group, somebody takes a bullet for someone else, in other words, anomic suicide, which is caused by a lack of social regulation that occurs during high levels of stress and frustration, fatalistic suicide that occurs when an individual is kept under tight regulation. And I would argue that there's also something called successive suicide. An example of that would be, you've already made the decision that you're going to commit suicide, and you decide to take your life through a successive means of some form of drug. For example, there's some here that we're facing here as an epidemic, and I do share the same concerns about May, and I would like to support any type of amendment moving forward. And again, I support this bill and would like to also suggest that we use life-affirming language, and of course, make sure that it's age appropriate. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And Body, I know this is a emotional topic and a broad topic, but I will just gently and kindly ask the body to focus our thoughts and our minds, focus our debate, so that we stay on the bill, and that way we're able to progress with our business. Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the school system is probably stretched about as far as it's going to get. Well, it can go a little bit further if we all vote to see K-12 take over the CDC school systems of the state. That'll really stretch it thin. And with that being said, I have to agree with the representative and my great friend from Coal Country that this bill is not what we need. Thank you.
Madam Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To just stay focused, again, I'm challenged by some of the language. If the bill goes forward, I have some amendments in mind, although I have to be honest, I'm going to vote against it on committee of the whole. But not being fully obedient to the chairman, I'm going to go slightly on the same topic, but I just wanted to point out that last year, the legislature did fund a Wyoming suicide hotline. And because there are probably a lot of people interested in the subject who are watching, I'm going to say that the suicide hotline phone number is 1-800-273-TALK. That's TALK, 1-800-273-TALK, or that's 8255. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to get that out there so that you can share it with the people that you know, regardless of what we do with House Bill 62. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman Wilson. We'll just count that as a personal privilege. And just reminding the folks out there at home streaming us, we are on House Bill 62, Suicide Prevention. Vice Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, we have certainly seen a very emotional debate here today, and you know that this is what we come here to do. And when it's important topics like this, this body has to make a statement. And you know, it's an unfortunate situation when you can be classified as being against something if you vote no or vote yes for something. And this particular topic hits home for me. I've personally lost way too many friends to suicide starting in 9th grade, and through my senior year, I lost over 12 people to suicide in my class alone. So many of them very close friends. So I get it. We live in a state with one of the highest suicide rates. There's no doubt about that. But I come at this at a viewpoint very similar to the representative from the northeast part of the state, that at some point, we've got to take ownership and responsibility in our homes and stop relying on the government to provide these types of services, and specifically the K through 12 education system. The K through 12 education system has unfunded mandates galore. I could pull open the green books and look at Title 21 and provide you probably a half dozen to a dozen unfunded mandates that this body and the body metaphorically down the hall have placed on the K through 12 education system and said that it's their responsibility to help us do this for our kids. And I'm going to be, you know, the one on the record that votes against a bill trying to help suicide prevention. And it's not something that I look forward to having to defend, but I will do it. What I look at with this particular bill, ladies and gentlemen, is we're looking at providing this functioning to family or to students, but this is going to take away instructional time. And we're already dealing with education shortfalls. And I'm not talking just about funding, but classroom time. And when we have classroom time issues such as what we have right now, where we are trying to teach and teach and teach as much as we can, every class period is important. And I've heard in committee, this was testified to, that this is going to be an hour-long class, maybe. Might be a little more, might be a little less. I think we can afford to give up an hour to give these students the capability, and there's probably some truth to that. But at what point do we stop putting the burden of societal issues on our K through 12 education system and start relying on the responsibility of our homes and our neighbors, and stop looking to government for the answer? So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would urge a no vote on this, and not simply because I don't believe that we don't need to be talking about suicide prevention, but mainly because I don't believe that this is our teachers' jobs, nor is it our government responsibility to be placing this type of burden on these teachers. And what happens if something does go along? I worry about the downhill effects of this in the future if we still have a suicide issue. This is a proverbial camel's nose under the tent. And I worry about what more we might require of these teachers and this education system to do when it comes to suicide prevention. So on it against the bill, certainly not against the topic or anything along those lines. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak to the previous speaker's comments about losing class time. As when I spoke to our school psychologist, our high school psychologist here, he stated that when a suicide occurs in our school, class time kind of goes out the window. Students are going to counselors, students are talking among themselves. The amount of class time lost in a school system when there is a suicide is a huge amount of class time. So if we can prevent those suicides, that therefore gives more classroom time to our students as they go forward. And I think we need to remember that, and what he pointed out was, it's not only that point that the student body finds out about a student suicide, but then it's the week later, it's the month-long anniversary, it's at a holiday, and it doesn't just go away. The disruption of classroom time doesn't just go away immediately. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say that my colleague from Campbell County caused me to revise my opinion about a lot of things. And I think that when I look at my history, I'm 75 years old, and I don't remember a single member of my class that committed suicide. I think it was a very rare condition back then. So that tells me that this approach that we're talking about in this bill is just a continuation of what's been going wrong in our society. And for that reason, it causes me to vote no on this bill. I think we need to revise in the manner that he mentioned. We need to revise our thinking. We're going in the wrong direction. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your opportunity to voice my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hallinan. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't repeat what my colleague from Buffalo Bill Country already said. I agree with her wholeheartedly. And I will reiterate that it takes an entire community to prevent suicide. Everybody can play a role, including the government, schools, the faith community, nursing homes, physicians, the list goes on and on and on. That's in order to create a suicide safer community. Every community member can play a role. And without help, there's no hope. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Nyman, your hand was up, went down. Just want to make sure you're not having a technical difficulty and you want to speak.
Well, no, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We weren't elected when a lot of this testimony came about on education, and then I did get in on the last education meeting, and I don't want to drag this on, but I mean, the effort and a lot of the discussion regarding this was about, the potential, and my concern is that when you kind of turn it over to the school, a lot of times people will kind of step back and say, well, the school's taking care of it, and that we don't need to worry about it anymore. And when you add the spiritual context to this, hope and the ability to be able to offer that to these young people and adults. I mean, I've got a lot of folks that are not young people that have actually committed this or given into suicide, and it's up in our part of the country, and it's the way to get through this is what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing here is this is a multi-pronged approach, and that is going to require the faith community. And I've got people up there that with the health community that are also working as pastors that are involved and trainers and going into these schools and providing these opportunities. And the Department of Health has got funding right now to be able to go into these schools and offer their services, and schools can do this. And so my fear in this, when this was originally come, is that it was going to just kind of all fall on the school. The teachers were going to be responsible for it and going to have an extra thing on their plate. But the testimony was very clear in the fact that that's not what they were really wanting. They just wanted somebody to shoulder with them to provide for the education to get this across to these young people, and to help these teachers understand what questions to ask and when to ask it. So I voted against the bill coming out of the committee because that was my concern. The amendments, I'm going to have to kind of watch to see how this progresses, but at this point, I'm going to vote against it. Again, I do not support the bill, but I'm just concerned that if we do leave it and we don't do any change in here, we're going to kind of maybe take away some of that approach, because it's got to be broad-based. There's no way around this. Faith has got to be a part of this, and I'm sure it will be. But sometimes when we put it in the school's lap, folks take a step back and we don't get the opportunity to do the job that needs to be done and reach the people that need reached. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Vice Chair Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that this is a emotional and touching topic, but just looking at the words printed on this bill, what does this bill do that school boards and superintendents don't already have the ability to do? There's no money in it. It simply mandates that they do it, as if we don't have any confidence that our school boards and superintendents will do the right thing when it comes to suicide education. It seems more symbolism than substance, and I'm going to be a no vote.
Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I appreciate all the good debate on the bill. We do have a lot of resources for kids. We have the Safe to Tell program, we have suicide hotlines, but in the end, you still have to have the tools to recognize the signs. And so the issue, why can't school boards do this? They can. Do we establish priorities in the legislature? I think we do. And I think this bill establishes a priority with a very light hand. And I think it's a good thing. I think it sends a message that we're trying to help solve this problem. And I certainly agree there's more can be done in the language in this bill, and would fully support changes. But I still think it's worth continuing this, and so I'd urge you to support the bill.
Call for the question.
All right. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Paxton's motion, and when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that bill number 62 do pass, signify by raising your hand. Okay, put your hands down. All those opposed? All right. Well, pursuant to House Rule 6-6B, the bill having failed what would be a voice vote by my call of the hands, a standing division vote's required. And all those in favor, we're going to go ahead and call the roll. I wanted to throw that one out there for the body because on Zoom you haven't been able to see that. We've been going straight to the roll call vote, but in a session, if the chair called it a losing vote, that would be the process. Wendy?
Andrew,
No.
Baker,
No.
Banks,
Aye.
Bear,
No.
Blackburn,
No.
Brown,
No.
Burkhart,
No.
Burt,
No.
Clausen,
No.
Clifford,
Aye.
Connolly,
Aye.
Craigo,
Aye.
Duncan,
No.
Eklund,
Aye.
Air,
No.
Flitner,
No.
Fortner,
No.
Gray,
No.
Greer,
No.
Hallinan,
No.
Haroldson,
No.
Harshman, Harshman,
Aye.
Heiner,
Aye.
Henderson,
No.
Hunt,
No.
Jennings,
No.
Kenner, Kenner, Knapp,
No.
Larson Lloyd,
No.
Larson Dan,
No.
McGuire,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
Nyman,
No.
Newsom,
Aye.
Nicholas,
Aye.
Oakley,
No.
Obermuller,
No.
O'Hearn,
Aye.
Olson,
No.
Ottman,
No.
Paxton,
Aye.
Provenza,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Schwartz,
Aye.
Sherwood,
Aye.
Simpson,
Aye.
Summers,
Aye.
Stith,
No.
Stibar,
No.
Sweeney,
Aye.
Walters,
No.
Washit,
No.
Western,
Aye.
Wharf,
No.
Williams,
Aye.
Wilson,
No.
Winter,
Aye.
Yin,
Aye.
Zwanitzer.
No.
Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
Kenner,
Excused.
excused. Closing vote, are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 25 aye, 34 no, 1 excused.
Thank you. So body pursuant to House Rule 6-6B, House Bill 62, having failed a roll call vote, is indefinitely postponed. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to reorder the committee of the whole list. We don't have that much time, and I want to get at least one of these Senate files. Actually, I'm going to kind of order all of the Senate files now, and we'll just see how much time we have. So the next bills for our consideration will be Senate File 53, Senate File 18, and Senate File 26. And that, and I doubt we get to that, but that's the 3 bills I'll focus on now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 53. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
Senate File 53, sponsored by Labor, Health, and Social Services, Private Ground Ambulance Service Provider Assessment Act, an act relating to public welfare. This bill was referred to committee number 10, with Labor, Health, and Social Services, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Clifford, Connolly, Flitner, Hallinan, Martinez, Wilson, Noes, Ottman, Stivar, Wharf. Signed Representative Wilson, Chairman. It was re-referred to committee number 2, Appropriations, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Signed Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
Thank you. Committee, you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Madam Chairman Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 53 do pass. And I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I will present the bill and the amendment. Colleagues, it can be very challenging, and you'll see this after we have a kind of a draining subject like the last one. It's a little hard to contemplate something that maybe seems a little more mundane, but I hope we'll all be able to follow along on this issue. I'm just going to give you a very brief 30,000 foot and then just dispense with the Standing Committee amendment because that is actually quite easy to do. This bill has to do with a way to get some more funding into the EMS, the ambulance services. And it follows a method that we have used already as a state, and many other states do. We have used this method for hospitals and nursing homes, and it has to do with a way to access some more federal Medicaid dollars. So I'm just going to pause right there for a moment and tell you that The bill deals with both private ambulance companies and also public ones that might be run by a county. In the Senate committee, they wanted to clarify that nearly all of the bill has to do with specifics to private ground ambulance. And so they amended in the word private everywhere that there is ground ambulance. However, in their enthusiasm, they also amended in the word private into the bill's catch title, which was originally Ground Ambulance Service Provider Assessment Act, and they put private at the beginning of that too. However, that was excessive because there are a couple of paragraphs that deal with the public providers. And so, Mr. Chairman, the first thing I'd like to do actually is just, you'll see if you have been able to kind of reorient yourself here and pull up the amendment, all we want to do is delete the word private in the catch title. Everything else from the Senate's work will stay there. So unless there are questions, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to call for the question on that amendment.
Any questions on the standing committee amendment?
Question.
Okay. Question being called on the standing committee amendment. All those in favor, raise your hand. Very good. Go ahead and put them down. All those opposed? Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Madam Chairman Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so I actually sent out to my committee sort of a picture using one of those internet image sources. I guess you can see that time that I spent teaching school on that, but I didn't send it out to you. Hopefully I'll just be able to explain it so wonderfully. In the Medicaid program, whether you're billing for doctors or ambulance services or whatever, the state, the provider files a bill after they provide the service, and then the state pays, let's say that it's a $50 bill. The state pays $25, and then the federal government matches that at a 50-50 match, and they pay $25. Okay, so everything is in this area is a 50-50 match. The federal government, if we can personify them, has thought of a level to which they are willing to pay, the upper payment level. However, Wyoming is paying less for this service than what would be 50% of that level. I'm probably going to gum this up. It's kind of, maybe I should send my picture. Anyway, the way these programs, these upper payment limit programs work is, if the state doesn't have the general funds to pay a higher rate, which we don't, there is an opportunity to ask all the providers, to mandate them to do this, frankly, to put an assessment on them so that they can put in some money themselves, and then the federal government matches that whole pot. Sorry, I think my bill is my mind is still on the last bill. You know, it's a little bit hard to kind of really straighten this out. So let me do it in dollars. Suppose that the state paid $47, then the federal government would match $47. In this bill, what we're going to do is authorize the ambulance providers to put in an additional $3. Then the federal government will pay $50. And then what the provider will get is the $47 from us and $50 from, well, they'll get, sorry, the $47 from us, kind of the $3 from them back again, and the $50 from the federal government. So in other words, the providers put in some money and get back double. Okay, that's really the sentence. I'm not up to my usual quality of presentation here. We're authorizing the providers to put in some of their own money and get back double. That's the key there. So let me just kind of go over this. It's a lengthy bill, and that's just, you can imagine, any government thing is a lengthy bill. Picking up on page 3, we identify on page 3, and by the way, make sure you have the engrossed copy, or at least follow along roughly because of all those privates that the Senate put in. we're clarifying the private ground ambulance service provider. Just to say, public ambulance service providers can also participate in this, but they already are authorized to use what's called an intergovernmental transfer. So they don't actually have to do the assessment. That's the two components of this. On page 4, line 16, we identify what the upper payment limit is, which is the maximum that the federal government would say that they would pay. At the bottom of page 4, we have upper payment limit gap, which is the amount between what they're paying now and what they would be willing to pay. Page 5, line 9, we create the account. Page 6, line 11, there is a small administrative extraction, and that is of 3% of the amount, and that's just to, do the book work and that kind of thing. The bottom of page 7 talks about the assessment process and how that works. Page 8 kind of explains that. It's a rather thick paragraph, but on page line 4, the assessment will be imposed each fiscal year in an amount calculated as a uniform percentage of their net patient revenue. So the way that this works, and if you look at the fiscal note, you'll see it. We can tell from federal documents and information what the gap is between what they're paying now and what they would be willing to pay. So if you look at the fiscal note, it's about $1.5 million. So all that the department will do is take the number of ambulance providers, which happens to be roughly 12 private providers and the balance of 56, I think it is, public providers. You take their own patient revenues as a proportion of all the patient revenues and apply that percentage to the $1.5 million. I realize that's a little bit like an algebra assignment and you don't have a whiteboard or your textbook in front of you, but that's how it works. So pages 8 and 9 just fleshes out more on the algebra lesson. Pages 12 and 13 talks about the eligibility of payers. And we have specified that to get your money back, you have to be willing to accept Medicaid, Medicare, workers' comp, and also be considered a network provider for the main insurance company, which has been a little bit of a bee in some people's bonnet in the past. And you'll be happy to know that now the big ambulance providers saw the writing on the wall and they now are in network providers. So that is a very good thing. And then picking up on page 18, this is a separate section, and this goes now to the Department of Health and just authorizes further on line 12 that they can accept these intergovernmental transfer arrangements. You'll see the existing language says with qualifying facilities, and that's because we now do this with nursing homes and with hospitals. We've inserted in here providers, which means the ambulance providers. And then down in the bottom of the paragraph, that they have to put in a state plan amendment. So before this even happens, now once we authorize it, if we do, then the State Department of Health will communicate with the Medicaid program in the federal government and get approval to do this. So as I say, we have these programs already for nursing homes, for hospitals. It's a way for the providers to kind of have some skin in the game and get back double the money. Other states do it. I will admit that some years back, 5 or 6 years ago, when we first looked into this, some of us were a little dubious and thought it sounded sort of like a, kind of a shell game or something that maybe you didn't want to get involved in. It's worked out fine. The federal government continues to do this. We may certainly say that maybe this will not continue forever, and that's fair enough. But the reality is that the ambulance providers across the state are really struggling. They don't get paid for a lot of things, unlike when you go to the doctor's office and they, treat you and bill you. If an ambulance goes out to a patient and the patient says, yeah, I slipped on the floor at the grocery store, but I don't want to go to the hospital, if they don't transport them, they can't actually bill for that. So the ambulance providers who are, struggling with keeping on volunteers, who have a lot of distance to cover, they just really could use this extra funding, and that is what this does. I will just make one last comment. This has nothing to do with air ambulance. We have had some difficulties with that issue the last couple of years, and some of you may have heard about this. There is nothing to do with airplanes in this bill. It is only ground ambulance providers. So, Mr. Chairman, I think I will just take questions there, because I think what with perhaps being moved up and thinking of the last bill, I might not have been covered everything in as great an organized fashion as possible, but I do hope you will see your way to supporting your local ambulances so they're there when you hopefully never need them, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairman Wilson. Vice Chair Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so, Chairman Wilson, I'm going to try and take a swing at this and see if I understood you correctly, okay? And so my understanding is when the state submits their Medicaid plan, we do so knowing how much they will pay for a particular service. And in this instance, how much they would pay for an ambulance cost. And so using your scenario, you said CMS has authorized a payment level of $50. Half of that would be from the state, half of it would be from federal funds. Now, we certainly like to capture all of that we can, but at times, like we're in now and like we'll see in their budget bill, some of our cuts come to Medicaid, where we make a reduction in our budget to Medicaid providers. And so in this instance, maybe there was a 20% cut because it's easier for my numbers. And so this 20% cut is going to equate to $10 total from the 50 to where the reimbursement rate is going to be $40. Half of that $10 is state dollars. Half of that reduction is going to be in the federal Medicaid dollars. So when we were at $50, that's the upper payment level. Now that we've reduced it, we've created a gap that where there are federal funds available that we're not capturing, and we call that an upper payment level gap. And so our providers, our Medicaid providers, in this instance, ambulance folks around our communities are saying, you know, we get it that the state doesn't have the extra money, but we're leaving $5 on the table there of federal dollars that we could capture. How about we create an assessment or a tax or whatever, self-impose this fee on us and give that back to the Department of Health to cover their costs, their $5 that was reduced. Then when we reimburse it, we will be getting, we can capture that $5 of federal funds and be getting the $5 that was created on the state side, which we covered from our industry back. So we'll get what we put in back, and now we'll be capturing those federal dollars and getting rid of that federal gap. Now the providers don't get 100% of the reimbursement back, but at least we're capturing those federal fund dollars back, like we have done in the nursing home industry and in hospitals. Am I understanding that correctly?
Chairman Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, essentially, yes. And we certainly all wish that healthcare were only as cheap as the representative from the middle of the state and I have explained. I will say that the gap existed even before our budget cuts, just because the state can say, well, maybe we only pay $225 for this. You know, that's a feature of how many general funds we want to put into the program. So even before the cuts, there were gaps. Now the gap is bigger. We cannot actually ask the providers to fill in the whole gap after budget cuts because federal law restricts the amount that you can collect from providers to 6%. So it's not like we could say, oh, well, we're just going to pay nothing and we'll make the providers pay it all. That's not a possibility. But in essence, the concept is there, yes.
Any follow-up, Vice Chair Larson?
I was just trying to do a simple explanation.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hallinan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Chairman. I think you'd have a much better job in explaining that bill than I think anybody else would have done. So you deserve credit for that. Now, I have a question about the upper limits of the upper limits of the federal price that they have decided on. If you add up all of those in that gap, say it comes to 500,000, like you said, doesn't the amount that the individual ground provider that they have access to is dependent on the amount of Medicare or Medicaid patients that they have provided this care to? Isn't that the way that this is going to be divided? Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Chairman Olson?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So yes, this is only for Medicaid claims. So the ability to access this additional reimbursement will just be when you're billing for Medicaid patients. It won't help the fact that Medicare isn't paying the full cost of your care. It won't help the fact that you have uninsured patients. I mean, there are a lot of things it won't help. But in this environment, every little bit will help, and they would like that.
Thank you.
Representative Stivar?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I voted no in this committee. To me, it's a Ponzi scheme, and we're just growing government. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, I do have actually something I can say to that effect.
Oh, please, Chairman Wilson. My
Before
apologies.
I forget, I do want to say to that what we are doing as a state is reducing the amount we're paying to Medicaid providers, reducing our general fund expenditures, and asking providers to pitch in. So it seems to me that that is not an increase in government. In a way, we have reduced our government and asking the private sector to participate more. So I just want to put that thought in.
Thank you. Representative Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just kind of want to understand this some more. So the bill creates an assessment process on these ambulance providers, and they're going to create this account. For some reason, if they levy an assessment, they're going to be able to access more federal funds, and then they're going to redistribute that back. I mean, is that what this does? I'm really trying to understand it.
Chairman Wilson, you want to clarify that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, you keep moving around on my screen, and it was kind of, I wasn't sure where you went. So
you might have to pin me.
I'm not sure how to do that. I'll just keep looking for you. So yes, the question is, and it is a little odd. I mean, I admit that it's odd. We've worked with this, as I say, in nursing homes and hospitals as well, right? And maybe I should have sent around the picture, but the idea is, yes, that and I'm not much of a card player. I think there might be some sort of card game where you can put in money and draw down more. I don't know if there is that or not, but yes, the idea is that the provider assesses themselves and lets the state carry it, basically. Then the state goes to the feds with, I'll go back to the cheap version, our 47 and their 3, and the federal government says, oh, you have 50, here's 50. So then the provider, when we pay them their reimbursement, their Medicaid claims, is getting back pretty much their 3 that they threw in, plus the extra 3 from the federal government. So it's a way to leverage more dollars to draw down more federal money. And I admit to you that one might wonder how long this program will go on. It might not go on for 10 or 15 years, but it's in existence now. It's been in existence for quite a number of years. And I submit to you that we can make it work for whatever years we've got it.
All right, Vice Chair Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in support of SF 53. You know, I think it's a good attempt to find some financial help for our emergency services all across our state. You know, with the budget crisis, services are closing, and as this crisis continues, you know, it gets harder, even harder for emergency services. It's not going to cost the state general fund any money, and it will help the services. I'd urge your favorable support on this. Thank you.
Vice Chair Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would compliment the wonderful chairman from Labor and Health in explaining this, and would say in a nutshell, my good colleague from the county to the east of me, when he says, is this a redistribution? That is correct. What the assessment that these providers, the ambulance companies, will be paying is filling the gap of general fund dollars that we don't have to make the match to get the federal funds. So then they get their, in return, they get their money back, and then we capture the federal funds. I think what is important for us to reflect upon as well, Mr. Chairman, is we have done this. I think the first ones to do this was the hospitals. When I first came into the legislature, we wondered how on earth we was going to help take care of hospitals, and we tried to fund some general funds for the costs that their indigent care costs and a number of other things. And they came back, and this was the first example of this program that we adopted was for upper payment limits was with our hospitals. And it's been a real benefit to them, and it's worked well. Then they came back, and they, I think it was a couple of years ago, we done one similar for nursing homes attached to hospitals. I might have that caveat a little bit wrong, but it was for nursing homes to do the same thing, to capture Medicaid dollars where our state funds were insufficient to match the Medicaid amount. And that too has lent a little bit of support for our for-profit and nonprofit long-term care providers in this situation. It is also important to know that as everybody kind of, I had one of my colleagues on appropriations said, is this a scene out of The Sopranos? And I smile because those were the thoughts we had the first time we ran. It's important to understand, if your concern is that we're running afoul of any federal regulation, is these programs have to be approved by Medicaid before they can be implemented. And so rest assured, and you can always be rest assured when the good chairman of Labor is involved, that it'll be straightforward and true to the cause. But I would encourage you to support this. It will provide a little bit of help for ambulance services to capture a little more federal dollars than we are. I would push back too on the grows government. I've contemplated that comment. I'm not seeing how, because what we're seeing are these providers coming in and say, okay, if the state government can't do it, how about we step in and help a little bit to capture these federal funds? And so I agree with the chairman that this perhaps even a reduction of government involvement, and would hope that you would support this as it moves forward.
Chairman Flitner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in support, and I also commend my good committee chairman as well for carrying this and doing such a grand job to explain it. But I also wanted to just let you all know, if you're not aware of this, that, most of us live in very rural areas. I mean, Wyoming's rural. And in fact, Wyoming is considered a frontier state, which is even more rural than rural. And many of these providers are having to shut their doors. In fact, to the county to my south, or to the south of me, they'll be shutting their service down as of the 1st of May. County to the west, north and west, will be helping them by picking up their service. But to get EMTs just to volunteer for this work is getting more difficult because of costs. And so this is just yet another vehicle that's been actually in the making for more than 2 years. They've been trying to solve this problem. And I think that we should support this on behalf of the people that we serve. I think we all think that in an emergency, if we dial 911, that somebody will be at our door in a heartbeat to provide necessary service, but that could very well not be the case if we don't figure out a funding mechanism for these services. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak on and in favor of Senate File 53. Members, I'd like to direct your attention to the fiscal note. If you haven't turned to that yet, I'd encourage you to do so. We've been talking about examples of $50, $100, but I think it's important for you to see the projected revenue that's going to come. In the fiscal note, you can see underneath FY 2022, right below that, you can see the first line shows about what this ground ambulance provider assessment account. So it's projected the first year, it's going to be $1.45 million the assessment from the providers would put in. And then you can see the next number that would be matched by the federal funds. So we're roughly talking about $1.5 million. And I would submit to you, particularly our rural ambulance services really, really need this shot of money in their arm in order to keep it afloat. So I encourage you to vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Wharf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to do this, but I don't want to misrepresent it either. I got an email, and I think they sum this up really well. It says, it is literally a way to laundry money through an assessment.
Point of order.
So, yeah, thank you for the point. So this is a good learning opportunity for our new members. So Representative Wharf, and you haven't done anything wrong. This is new. So this is the first time we've probably covered this rule, but props aren't allowed on the floor. And so, well, excuse me, Representative Wharf, you're out of order. Furthermore, what is not allowed on the floor is to read in testimony from an email, a letter, etc. What is permissible is to distribute an email, a letter, or a graphic or something of that nature to the inboxes of your colleagues or representatives. Because we are virtual, the way that we do that best is by email. So we can forward, anyone is welcome to forward an email or a letter. I think that's the best and most proper way to get evidence or something of that nature to your colleagues. But if we were on the floor of the Capitol, we would not permit someone to read a letter or read an email, as it would be the same as presenting a prop. So with that, Representative Wharf, please proceed.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman, for being out of order. And I will tell you this, I'm not going to be nice now. I'm just going to be direct. I'm tired of hearing about how much trouble we have with the federal government, the deficit that we're running up. And we all sit here and say this is a bunch of free money that's out there to collect. And I just think at some point in time, we got to realize, I said this in testimony, we currently have communities that rally around and support our local volunteers that provide a lot of these services for free. Those people will be pushed out. The communities will no longer be engaged in this process, and we're going to become dependent on the federal government that at any point in time can decide that they don't have the money to dump into programs like this anymore, and we're left holding the bag. Now all of a sudden the state's got to turn around and figure out, how do we go back to these communities that no longer have people that are willing to engage and rally around the free providers that we have had in the past? And I just think there's something wrong when we obligate private industry to do something and we don't obligate the public industry that benefits from the same services. So with that, I am going to say I voted no. I'm going to continue to be a no. I hope you'll think about this. Our federal government does not have an unlimited supply of money. And I know we're in the same boat. We're trying to figure out how to stretch our dollars in Wyoming, but I just think this is going down the wrong path. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As this has been an ongoing topic, I've received numerous emails from, just I'm sure as everybody else has, through the different ambulance services that are requesting this and stuff like that. So I do have one question. Well, I've got a couple of questions. The first one, and it's kind of rhetorical, is I don't understand how an EMS service in their very nature of what they do is considered non-essential. Now, I understand the federal government, has a standard for what's essential, what's not essential, but I can't even seem to wrap my head around that. If your house is on fire, you're not going to use your fire extinguisher. You're going to call the fire department. If you're having a heart attack, you're going to call the EMS. This is kind of what they're doing. It is an essential service, but that's just a different argument, I guess, for a different time. But understanding the concept of the providers, paying in a portion to get back the federal money, which I also agree with the previous representatives, point there is that the federal government at any point in time could remove that money, and where are we left at? Or trying to provide a service that's no longer there. How do we look as a state? But if a private organization has to pay into it, but the county doesn't, because we're able to transfer money over, where does that money transfer from in order to cover the cost of the public service versus the private service? Are we asking the private service to pay in when the public service doesn't? Are we putting that burden back on the private? And I guess where's that money coming from that the public gets to transfer over so they don't have to pay into that? Thank you.
Madam Chairman Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I'll work backwards. Because of the two different systems, the private sector is set up with this assessment. The public, as you said, we use the intergovernmental transfer. Basically what's happening is the same, but it's called by different names. Basically, the source of the dollars for any public provider would be tax dollars, which of course is really the only source of money for a public operation. I would just say, going back to the not essential, that's a really relevant and pointed question, frankly, because through sort of just development in how things have worked in medical care in the last century or so, if you went back 100 years, or I don't know, maybe even 50 years, really ambulance services were often run by mortuaries, because there was so little that people could do that usually the mortuary people would send out their vehicle or their wagon, and maybe the person would show up in town alive for the nun or somebody to look at, but there wasn't a lot that people were able to do. So you're right, the fire and police services, and let's pick fire, we fund those by tax dollars, and the firefighters are paid whether there's a fire or not, and it's a fixed operation. Ambulance services, we don't fund that way. I have actually run them through sort of the fee-for-service process. So if you think about it, an ambulance service has got a lot of fixed costs, especially in a rural area. It costs them hundreds of thousands of dollars to outfit one of those ambulances. And let's say you have 2 ambulances so that when one is transporting, you have a spare. In a rural area especially, those ambulances might be sitting there for a couple of days without being used. I mean, I'm not sure what but so in other words, in any type of emergency service, you have a lot of fixed costs sitting there when there maybe isn't a patient. But then, as I mentioned, then the ambulance companies will bill. I mean, some of them are pure charitable operations and don't bill. Some little rural ones, it's not worth their time. But mostly the ones in a little bit bigger place are going to bill. But there are many things that the insurance structure has set up that they won't pay for. So if a nursing home has a heavy patient fall and they call the ambulance come to have 2 big people hike the poor patient off the floor and back into the bed, but they don't transport the patient, that's not billable. They've had to run that ambulance out and back again, and they couldn't bill for that. Again, as I say, if a person falls at the grocery store in a snow puddle, and they go there and the person says, yeah, I sprained my ankle, but I don't want to go in, and the ambulance goes back, that's not billable either. So you're right, there is a historical structure that really is problematic in the way we fund what frankly ought to be considered an essential service. You know, that's the kind of thing that, looking way down the road, obviously providers would love to work on that, but that's not really in the general fund or any county's funds pictures for the next couple of years. Certainly in the future, maybe that would be great. Right now, I think the real issue is in many rural areas, and we had testimony, I guess I won't say the names because, you know, it's on the floor and not on the bill, but we just had a provider close down in northeastern part of the state. The service of one of the people testifying is going to close, I think they said by May, and it'll be picked up by a hospital. There's a large county in south central Wyoming where they have gone out of business, and the county is trying to figure out how to cover that. So I think it's all very well to have a philosophical idea that we don't want to take federal dollars, and we know the federal government hasn't got all the money, but I question as to whether that's really the answer that someone who's fallen and broken their hip wants to hear when they're lying out in next to their pole barn and there isn't any ambulance. I think we just have to address the practicality of what is, and maybe we can purify the system later.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson. Vice Chair Hallinan. Good. Doctor, you are still muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually not prepared to vote in favor of this bill until I listened to the testimony. The testimony is that the federal government sets the upper payment limit. And that's a limit that's provided everywhere in the country. And the only reason that our providers are not getting that amount is that our state can't match it. So these providers are paying the price because our state can't match the federal government upper payment limit. That being the case, they are actually being given the opportunity to put some money of their own into this so they can get it back, so they can get closer to the upper payment limit. And that is those dollars are very vital to those communities. And I think it's important that they have the opportunity to participate in that. Now, as to my colleagues' opinions that they don't like to see the federal government spend that money here in Wyoming because it would deter people here from being able to pick up and pay for it later in case the federal government runs out of money. Well, I think the chances are that the federal government runs out of money is the chance that the printing presses will not be able to print money in the future. So I think that these folks out in the communities that provide this service, they need to have access to the maximum amount of money they can get because they are hurting and they're closing down around our state. So for that reason, I am in favor of this bill, and I encourage the rest of my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I stand on and for this bill. I'm on the committee, and the reason, or at least some of the reasons I supported this bill have mostly been mentioned. In listening to the discussion of the stakeholders, every single one of them illustrated clearly why there's a need there. And I don't want to belabor the issue, so I digress. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chairman Wilson, I don't know if you have any, I don't think you've received any questions to respond to based on the look on your face.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not lately, anyway. I'm taking notes though, if there should be something.
Okay, please. So we'll go through, we'll field a couple more then. Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the good presenter, I don't have any experience down this, and so this is kind of a question for you, personal edification here also maybe. In my community, and I don't even know if they still do this, although I am under the impression that they do, they have both a public and a private service. And whenever a call is brought in, they send an ambulance from both. And so I always find that kind of peculiar. How does that play out in a scenario like this? So does one of them get to file for this money and the other one doesn't? Or do they cut the patient in half and they both get to file? Just kind of curious of how that works. And I realize it's kind of different than most of the rural places, but just curious, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't realize that there was an ambulance involved in the story of Solomon and the baby, but evidently there is. And I have to say, I don't know that there is any other place that has more than one ambulance service. I mean, certainly my community only has one, so I don't really know about that. You know, as to who would get the payment, I would think only one ambulance service would end up billing, obviously, for the care, because somebody will just have to turn around and go home. As to why your locality dispatches two, I can't even imagine. That seems ridiculous to me, but that's not on me. And I would suggest that you inquire of the dispatch people and find out what's going on, because I don't think that would really be, I mean, that's a separate issue, and that's a novelty to me. Maybe it's practice time. I don't know.
Representative Hallinan, could you mute your mic there? Oh, you got it?
I did.
Oh, now you got it. Okay. Vice Chair Sweeney.
I'm not a vice chair of anything, I hope.
You are now, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you. I would just encourage an aye vote on this. And in thinking about it, if like here in our good city in the center part of the state, our major hospital has an ambulance service within it as part of their services. But we also have a quasi volunteer, part of the force is volunteer, but they have professional EMS and an ambulance service. which is, if you have suburbs in Wyoming, I don't really think we do, but a bordering town, which just became a city here, what you're doing to them is, if you don't approve this, is the ability to collect the Medicaid, full Medicaid reimbursement with that assessment. And I'll remind you that this just isn't about, the big operators. This is about your rural. If you have a total volunteer and they've got a qualified EMS and they're out there doing that, I know that some of the communities do that, and they do bill out and to provide those services. So I would encourage, and I vote on this, and just say I totally believe this has been well vetted, and the testimony's been heard, and everybody's about this. Thank you.
Well, folks, here's the deal. We had 3 Senate files. We're still on 1. We have a handful of House files. I think the other chamber down the hall may have adjourned around noon, and that's all right. It's all right. We're having a good debate. We're having a good discussion, but just a gentle reminder to the body that the longer we talk, the longer those files drop off on the far back end. Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I'm sitting here thinking about this, I want to thank the Madam Chairman for the great presentation in your video, or your picture that I studied there. Going back to representative out of District 30, if you've got 2 services shown up, it's more than likely a jurisdictional conflict, and you could probably reach that out to those 2 agencies. But as I sit here, I came into this particular one torn with the porcupine theory and principles on all of it. I don't like the private sector having to compete with the public sector. But looking at everything as a whole, there is a disservice that our federal level has put a burden upon the people within our state. I came into this with a no on my mind on this, but as I was listening to the different different testimonies, I'm swaying towards, actually supporting the bill, as hard as that is for me to say, because I do believe it's a new level of government, and of course with the principles that I came in with, it's hard for me to balance out. I guess I just have to say, with the complexity of everything going on with our current environment, I do feel for the EMS services, and I would even challenge our EMS services across the state to reach out to the local communities, whether it's the county level or the city level, and see where they may actually do a hybrid system within, the current, fire departments and EMS services, if it's possible to try to think outside the box to move forward. I've actually been swayed on this one, and I'm actually going to support this bill. So thank you everybody for the testimonies and the great debate. Thank you.
Question.
Okay, Chairman Wilson, you want to bring us home?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think probably there's a few more questions, but we can carry them forward on future discussions if necessary. Just a couple of things to touch is that barring the one area in the north central part of the state, I suspect that most places do not have 2 ambulance services, or they may have one that focuses more on acute and one more that does transport from nursing home to clinic and back and thing. So as far as encouraging the public sector to compete against the private, I think it's more an issue of just how in a particular locality the program started, whether the county hospital said, let's have one, and another area was a bunch of volunteers that got together. I think that that's probably just, you know, a historical artifacts of how the state stood the service up across the state. You know, all really good discussion. And I think all the points are really worth discussing. Things are very difficult in healthcare because, you know, you're dealing with, you know, people's lives. We're dealing with a rural area. We're dealing with real needs, and we can't always fit the system into what we would like to see. And I appreciate that challenge. And I just hope that we will, you know, I thank you for being willing to hear this out and move forward. And I certainly would encourage all of you when you're home to reach out to whoever does provide local ambulance care in your community. There's a lot of, I would say, I saw a chart several years ago that showed how much of Wyoming is not within a 30-minute ambulance response time. And that is a very scary thing for those of us who are driving around on the roads. So in whatever way you can, I urge you to support your local emergency personnel. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Representative Kinner, my apologies. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to clarify a situation and help the good representative who also lives at the base of the Bighorns. He described a situation that we did have for quite a while here in our area, but that was taken care of a couple of years ago with some negotiations between the private entity and the city, and so that situation has been taken care of. And Mr. Chairman, I would like to call for the question.
Thank you, Representative Kinner. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Wilson's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 53 do pass, signify by raising your hands. Okay. And all those opposed, you can put your hands down. All those opposed, please raise your hand. All right. Senate File 53 has passed the committee of the whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I want to do one more bill, but I don't want to be here all night. So this is just a plea to the body, right? I think we can get done a little quicker if we shorten our debate. Thank you.
You're at your pleasure, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. You want to proceed with the same list? That'd be Senate File 18.
Please.
Okay. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 18. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
Senate File 18, sponsored by Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivision, Universal Occupational Licensure, an act relating to professions and occupations. This bill was referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representative Blackburn, Clausen, Clifford, Duncan, Air, Hunt, McGuire, Roscoe, Zawanitzer. Signed, Representative Zawanitzer, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Zawanitzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move in the committee of the whole rise to report to do so with the recommendation that Senate File 18 do pass. There are no standing committee amendments, and let me present the bill quickly to you. Universal Occupational Licensure was an interim bill from the Corporations Committee. It does two things. The first is it amends professional licensing requirements for military spouses. And the second thing is it allows for a quicker and easier transition of professional occupational licensures to qualified applicants already holding a license in another state. Let me quickly walk you through the bill. If you'll go through the bill with me, pages 1 and 2 are definitions of active applicant, good standing, and license. Basically, the two paragraphs you need to truly know are on the bottom of page 2, top of page 3. This is basically saying that a professional licensing board, of which we have about 44 in the state, can lawfully issue a Wyoming license to a qualified applicant If you look there on page 3, line 2, if they hold a professional licensure from another state and they're in good standing. And second, on line 4, if they have equivalent educational, training, examination, and experience requirements. So pages 3 and 4 go through everything which is required to have an educational equivalency or training equivalency, and spells out what equal or better equivalency is. Bottom of page 4 just says you can't have been suspended or revoked of your license in another state to be able to qualify for a quick universal license transfer. You've had to pay your application fees to whichever professional licensing board you're applying to. There are 2 carve-outs or exceptions we'll call on page 5. The first is for attorneys, right? You can't just get a law license in Wyoming without passing the Wyoming bar. And second, any of our licensing boards which deal with prescriptive drug authority, each one of those are specialized. We have about 6 of these licensing boards that have some type of control over prescriptive drug authority. And so each one of those professions and licensing boards has the opportunity to be more stringent and prescriptive in how they issue these licenses. The second part of the bill, again, was for military spouses. All we're doing is basically saying if you were a military spouse and you hold a license in another state, you are good to go to get a license in our state on an expedited process. The licensing board has to expedite that. They can issue you a conditional license while they're examining your record. And that record is good for up to 3 years, which is the amount of time a military spouse is usually on a rotation with their spouse. And as long as they don't completely meet Wyoming's requirements, but they do hold a license, as long as they're working towards meeting those requirements at the good judgment of that board or licensing authority, they can continue to practice under whatever authority that licensing board or commission has. You'll see on the page 8, this takes effect immediately to allow each of those licensing boards to start writing their rules and regs to conform, and otherwise the act goes into effect July 1st, 2021. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chairman Zwanitzer. Vice Chair Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't talk quite as fast, but I have 2 quick questions. One is, if someone is that qualified, why do they need a temporary license for 3 full years? And secondly, what makes a military spouse different from other spouses? If we have shortages in some of these service areas, if someone were to move into the state and not be married to a service member, is there another path for them to have temporary certification?
Vice Chair Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some engineers in my district are very concerned about the impact of this bill. Could you explain to me, please, for their benefit, what the impact would be if this bill is passed? Thank you.
Chairman Zwanitzer.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. To answer those 2 questions, the Professional Engineers and Surveyors Board appeared throughout the interim and again at our meetings the last 2 days. We did discuss 4 separate amendments, which would make them a little bit happier with the bill, but we heard some pushback from other boards and commissions. So I think they are comfortable with the bill in its current form and they can work within it. They would like some changes, but I believe their testimony said they're going to make it work and fit them. Regarding the military spouse, I think the special carve out that we already exists in statute. We passed that several years ago. And so in this case, we're just going back to amend that section. I think the issue is the equivalent experience or certifications necessary. What we're doing with this bill passage is saying, even if they don't have what Wyoming would require, as long as they're working on meeting that in the judgment of the board or commission who's granting them that license, and they're showing progress, they're allowed to practice. Because historically with a military spouse, once they get here and they can't get a license for 2 or 3 years until they've met that, and by that point they're being transferred somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Zwanitzer. Vice Chair Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to let the body know, there was extensive testimony about this from all different entities, and from the military themselves one of the primary types of boards or types of job that they come here wanting is a lot of them are CPAs, that kind of a job. Very few of them were the engineers. Very, very few, if any. I don't think there was any in that particular area. There were some realtors, a few like that. So all these different entities that actually had military members come, they were all good with the bill, the way it's written, it's presented. One of the big parts that the realtors really wanted, and a few others, was the portion in the bill that says we have special rules here in Wyoming. As a realtor, you need to know Wyoming law. We have special things here in our statutes that are different from our neighboring states. So it's fine that you can come in here, but you need to know those specific things with our water law, our minerals, our, different things like that here that aren't necessarily the same with our neighboring states. So some of the testimony was that you can get your license here in Wyoming within 24 hours to 48 hours. And everything's done online. Also to keep in mind, as far as a temporary licensure, due to COVID and other things like that, there's another bill coming through that deals with that specifically. This is having to do more with universal licensing, where people can come from out of state into state, and it's really geared more towards those military spouses and and people who are transferring from one state to another, and to be able to make it a little faster, a little easier for them that have already are licensed, have equivalent education, and to be able to just get their new license. And a lot of the information is that these different boards and divisions, they're already doing this. We're just putting it in statute, trying to make the process match and the statute match what a lot of these boards and processes are already happening. So.
Thank you. Representative Schwartz, did you want to weigh in? Your hand went up. I never know if it's a technical difficulty or.
I was going to ask about the substantial equivalency for military spouses, and the good chairman answered it for me. He's psychic.
Very good. I just didn't want to, I wanted to make sure you weren't left out there.
Speaker, I've been left out so much in my life, it doesn't matter.
Thank you. Speaker Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I'd be interested in, well, two things. Once I want to comment back on what was just said by the good Vice Chair of Minerals Committee. So I think what we're doing here was a universal reciprocity. I think that's what we're accomplishing with this. It's not it's a licensure, we're calling it, but it's a universal reciprocity that we're putting in the beginning of Title 33. We've done this several times with whether it's telehealth or things. We just want to blanket. We want to blanket all of Title 33 or license boards. So we go into this Chapter 1 and we do that. But I'm interested. So that's one thing I'd say. I think that we're talking about a reciprocity, something they're already doing. Well, that has to be reciprocity, because if they don't have authority to do it, they shouldn't be doing it. So I think the only correlation would be reciprocity. Second thing I'm interested in is why the carve out. I understand the attorneys, but why the prescriptive drug authority? This is page 5, line 15, 16, 17, 18. I happen to have a profession that has one of these prescriptive drug authorities. And so my interest is in understanding why we would, one, base it on the prescriptive drug authority, because prescriptive drug authority actually comes with a profession, but it also requires a pharmacy license for controlled substances, particularly in the state where you go. So it seems a little bit like a fence out, which would sound odd from someone who's in a profession that you might think would be in favor of fencing out, which I am not. So I guess what I'm interested in is I can see on the physicians, and I can see on I guess nurses, unless you're advanced practice nurse, you don't have prescriptive authority, but we have compacts that deal with multi-state licensure with those. But I'm interested in, as a veterinarian, I'm interested why the health professions with prescriptive authorities were intentionally or specifically accepted. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Zwanitzer. Oh,
So Chairman Swanser was trying to signal to me where to go, but on my Zoom screen, it's different than his Zoom screen. Vice Chair Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, that came from a senator down the hall who was chairman of labor for, I think he was chairman of labor for many years. And that came from the interim committee. And his concern was someone like a CNA, someone who was like that would be able to have that prescriptive authority. That's why he put that in there. So that came from the good senator. I don't have my notes in front of me to know exactly the whole dialogue, but that's where that started.
Chairman Swanser, did you want to add anything to that? An answer, maybe some of those questions?
Mr. Chairman, I will certainly find out the official answer to give to the good questioner before second reading.
Okay. We appreciate that. Further questions for the chairman? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Swanser's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 18 do pass, signify by raising your hand. All right, you can put your hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. Senate File 18 has passed the committee of the whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, we were so good on that. I'm going to do one more, and that's it. That way I can clean up my Senate files. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, we will do Senate File 26, and we will hope for a similar brief discussion.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. The reading clerk will, the next bill for our consideration is Senate File 26. Excuse me. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
Senate File 26, sponsored by Judiciary, Animal Abuse Statutes Reorganization and Update, an act relating to animal abuse crimes. This bill was referred to Committee Number 1, Judiciary, and with a recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Crago, Larson, Dan, Oakley, Olson, Provenza, Williams, Washit, Yin, Zwanitzer. Signed, Representative Olson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Chairman Olson. So I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 26 do pass. I furthermore move the standing committee amendment, and I'll turn the explanation of the bill and the amendment over to the good chairman of corporations, Chairman Swanser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to present Senate File 26 to the committee. This is perhaps the easiest bill that's 18 pages I've ever presented, because members, what we've done in this bill is take existing statute and just reorganize it. So the crux of the bill is actually the very last sentence on page 18, that current Wyoming statute 63203 is repealed. So we basically repealed 63203, which if you look goes A through P, because over the past 15 years, we have just added to the statute to the point where it didn't make sense for anybody in the criminal code. And district attorneys and county attorneys were saying it circumlocutes and doesn't work. And so the Management Council tasked the Agricultural Interim Committee just to rewrite the statute so they make sense. So all the language in this bill you'll see is currently in statute. They just reorganized it and had, which took a little bit of work, quite honestly, to make it make sense. That being said, our good friends down the hall caught a correction which necessitated the standing committee amendment you'll see before you. So this time I'm going to talk about the standing committee amendment. Again, this is on animal abuse statutes, on what cruelty to animals is and what cruelty to animals isn't. And the big bifurcation is between what we would consider household pets and livestock animals, right? There's a big distinction in law on what animal cruelty is, depending if it's a cow or a horse, or if it's your puppy or kitty. And we've tried to put those all, together and have kind of a fair balance. So what our good friends down the hall did is basically, currently in Wyoming law, we have cruelty to animals, we have aggravated cruelty to animals, and we have felony cruelty to animals. The good judiciary chairman down the hall realized that the penalty for cruelty to animals and aggravated cruelty to animals was the exact same. And so our good colleagues in the hall took out the duplicate penalty. However, they didn't take out the aggravated statute. So we basically had a crime with no penalty. And so you'll see on this 3-page amendment, which really looks lengthy, I'll explain all the other uniqueness, but 85% of it is really just restructuring to take out what was 6.3.1003 and then move every other statute down one. And so it's a lot of Romanet moving and a lot of moving 6.3.1000s around, but it's all basically just organizing the statute. Let me quickly go through the other 5 changes in the Standing Committee Amendment, which are still, in my mind, completely not policy decisions, but within the scope of we are just cleaning up the statute. The first you will see on lines 12 through 14 of the amendment, when we talk about unnecessarily. So if you look at the bill, this is where it modifies injury. And so there are some times where you may have to unnecessarily injure an animal, let's say a shock collar on a dog or something. So you're doing for its own good. We don't want to make that a crime. And so if you have questions on lines 12 through 14 of the amendment, that's what that deals with. Line 16, which is page 4, line 17 through 20, that is deleting the aggravated animal cruelty statute, which is necessitating the renumbering. On 23 through 27 of the Standing Committee Amendment, the good freshman from Johnson County on the Judiciary Committee caught an inconsistency when it came to dog or fowl fighting. And it says, if you witness dog fighting, that's a crime. And he pointed out that if you have your own dogs and they're playing around in your yard, you shouldn't be charged for that. And so we've deleted that provision that you're knowingly witness dogs fighting isn't a crime, but there are 4 other provisions in statute that if you're engaging in promoting or encouraging dog or fowl fighting for sport, amusement, or gain, that is a crime. The rest of the Standing Committee Amendment on page 2, lines 17 and 18, currently in Wyoming law, we have a protection if you're not committing cruelty to animals, if you're doing something as part of participating in a rodeo. Again, our good freshman representative said we should expand that. You don't have to be participating. If you're running a rodeo, you're the stock contractor, you're putting up the calves for the night, you're working the chutes, etc. Any of those acts that are commonly accepted rodeo practices cannot be considered animal cruelty. The other weird change was on line 21, where it says after animal insert pest. Right now in Wyoming law, it is not animal cruelty if you are cruel to a predator. So a coyote, a skunk, a jackrabbit, a porcupine, or feral cats, I think are 5 predators, but we didn't have pests. So right now you have to be nice to prairie dogs and ground squirrels, but you can do whatever you want to coyotes. Didn't make sense. So we're also adding pest into it's not animal cruelty if you, beat up or mutilate or torment a prairie dog, which, is consistent with how we're treating predators. The rest of the amendment is that legislative statutory change, but I'd be happy to answer any questions on the Standing Committee Amendment if there are any.
Committee, questions on the Standing Committee Amendment?
Question.
Question being called on the Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 26. All those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. Put your hands down. All those opposed, hands up. Thank you. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do believe there's a committee of the whole amendment quickly to be disposed with if the good representative wants to come forward.
Okay, at your pleasure, Representative, I believe it is Oakley, if you can move that amendment at any point in time during the debate. Would you like to move your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move, I would move that amendment.
You just say I would move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 26.
I would move the Committee of the Whole Amendment on Senate File 26.
Awesome. Thank you. Please proceed, Representative Oakley.
Thank you. Let me get here. So what I have presented here, I consider it kind of a technical cleanup because what we have in the statute, it already exists and it would continue. It allows that a judge can order the prohibition of owning animals after being convicted of animal cruelty. However, as a practical matter, there's not really an enforcement provision attached. So what I've done here is to propose to tie that back to the misdemeanor punishment so that the prohibition could actually be enforced. And I think this is an important provision. It's something that we certainly look at using. I can tell you as a prosecutor that some form of recidivism is certainly something that we see in this. I could give a couple of examples of somebody who owned some pit bulls and then they did serious bodily harm to somebody. That animal was put down. They got some more pit bulls, harmed somebody again. That happened 3 times. So it is something that I would like to have, and I think it should in law anyway. I mean, if there's going to be this provision, a way that a judge can actually enforce it. I know it might seem strange, but a judge can't just write order and then we can do something with that. I suppose it's possible to do a form of contempt of court, but that's really not done. So I think it's, I think it just makes it all make sense that there is this provision and there's also something attached for enforcement. So on and for the amendment, and I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm not necessarily against the spirit of the amendment, but I don't think it belongs in this bill. And here's why. So this bill has really no substantial changes to the law. It's reorganization and cleanup. And there has been a ton of work and a ton of work in agreement on this bill. So this bill, it started out in the Ag Committee as an interim topic. And we worked it. And then, so when you get into these issues, there's an animal component. And then again, there is a legal component. So it came through the Ag Committee. We worked it. Then we went over to Judicial and we worked with the Judicial Committee and a good new member of the Judicial Committee to clean up the, would you say, irregularities in simply the way the law was applied. And we worked it and it came out as a good product. Not that I don't disagree with the spirit or the intent of this particular amendment, but I don't think it belongs in this bill simply because this is straight cleanup and this would be a policy decision. There could be argument that there are mental problems and this doesn't work. So anyway, on and against the amendment.
Thank you. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. In favor of the amendment, and I guess it might be semantics if it's broadening or a policy question. It is a crime currently in statute without a punishment. And so I think it kind of fits in the spirit of the bill. But I would just say the 2 most egregious cases of animal abuse in the last decade in my county have both been from people who've come here from another state. And so what the issue has been, right, these are only as good as state laws, and you just go to another state and you become an animal hoarder in that state. And so if we don't have some type of punishment for this crime, you know, yeah, bad, you got a misdemeanor, and the judge says you can't have those dogs back or any other dogs back, but there's nothing stopping you from next week to going to the pound in another county, let's say in Wyoming, who didn't see or isn't aware of the heinous nature of what was done, and getting more. So this, I think, is a really good protection because a lot of people seem to want to come to Wyoming from other states that we've had to prosecute who have previous records for hoarding and abuse in states, and they come to Wyoming because our laws are a little weaker in this regard and we don't enforce them very much. So I think it's a cleanup to have a penalty with a crime, but it's not a make or break for the bill, but I would encourage its support.
Thank you. Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd have to respectfully disagree with my good friend from Converse County. I think that I don't have any particularly strong feelings either way on the intent of the amendment, but I do think that it is within the boundaries of, you know, what the Ag Committee worked on over this past summer. And I really don't think that it sends the bill in another direction or, you know, gets in the way of the overall intent of what we've been working on and trying to accomplish. So, like I say, I'm not wild about the concept, but I you know, I guess I would say I would support it from the standpoint that it really doesn't, you know, get in the way of the intent of the rest of the legislation.
Thank you, Representative. So we're just reminding the body we are on Senate File 26, and so we've passed through the Standing Committee Amendment. We're on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, and it's late in the evening, so just giving the body a reminder. If you're trying to locate that, you can go online, or if you're in the public and you're viewing this and you're wondering what are these folks talking about, you can go online and you can go to the amendments page. You can search Senate File 26 and you can pull up this amendment. Thank you. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, just a question for the bringer of the amendment. So, because I haven't carefully studied the scope of the judge's orders, what is the scope, if any, of the order that a judge could initially impose? Would it be you can't own or can't possess this particular dog, or would it be more broadly, you can't have dogs at all? Just asking for some clarification on the scope of the order that would be at issue for a violation.
Thank you. Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pulling up the language of the statute. I would say that it's fairly broad, so that would give the judge a lot of discretion. But I would point out that as far as this amendment goes, that is something that's in the language, has been in the language of the statute, and continues to be as we did this reorganization, if you will, but a lot of it hasn't changed. So let me find, I almost have it. Six additional remedies 6-3 1003, it says impose continuing prohibitions or limitations on the defendant's ownership, possession, or custody of any animal. And so I would say that is pretty broad discretion for the judge. But again, that's currently already there. And I guess I can go ahead and go into this too. I think that's exactly why it is completely in the spirit and ties in with this bill, because these are exactly the statutes that we're charged with reorganizing, make sure that they're coherent. That's why we're reworking them. And to me, this is a problem that exists, and that ability for a judge is already there, but really without an enforcement provision. If that answers the question.
Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 631003, I believe, was the existing
language in statute books now. In the reorganization, it gets put into 633-1007. It'll be on the top of page 9 on your engrossed copy of the bill, a little Romanet 3. So I will say that the Agriculture Committee, I think, did an excellent job of doing a reorganization of a bunch of very disparate law and trying to clean it up and put it in one section. So both the citizens of Wyoming and prosecutors know what the law actually is without it referencing in 3 different books to figure out what actually is prosecutable under the law. And I think that, you know, sometimes when we create laws, especially when it's kind of like a herky-jerky, to use another member's term, version of laws all over the place, we kind of sometimes miss the fact that we don't have an actual consequence to not doing something that we put in our statute book. So this is something that the consequence could be contempt of court, but that is, I don't think that's really the intent of having a consequence to imposing it. And so I think just as a part of this cleanup, it does make sense to attach a simple consequence that is already in the statute and just kind of refer back to it. So I do support the amendment, and I hope you do too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. So the judge issues an order pursuant to 631-1006. The judge, in that order, he's authorized or she's authorized under 1007 for additional penalties, which are penalties to pay reasonable costs. And I'm looking at Romanet 2, there's several others with that. And so that person's not able to pay those reasonable costs, we're gonna open up the door to make them a felon. I mean, I think that a contempt charge is probably better. I just, tell me I'm wrong on that, but that's what I'm saying is you can't pay something and then you're gonna double up with it. And you know, we've kind of did away with debtors prisons a while ago. So I just want to make sure I'm not seeing this wrong.
Thank you, Chairman Greer. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think Chairman Greer might be on Senate File 27, where we're all on Senate File 26. So Senate File 27 isn't before the body yet, but it deals with impoundment and protection of housing, livestock or animals that have been taken. Senate File 26 is just a reorganization and update. And I don't believe his concerns were addressed in this bill.
Chairman Greer.
We're on Senate File 26, right?
That's correct, Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
I'm reading 26 on my screen unless my screen's wrong.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if the good Chairman of Minerals could one more time repeat his question and the citation, I will find it.
Let's try again, Chairman Greer.
So I have to repeat myself, Mr. Chairman?
No, Mr. Chairman, you don't, but it might, maybe you could say it in it's hard to say what you said in a more eloquent way, which I appreciate, but maybe there is another way to say it.
I could be more blunt if you wanted me to, Mr. Chairman.
That will work, Mr. Chairman, if you.
Okay, so as I read the standing committee or the committee of the whole amendment, right? Okay, it's on page 6, line 13, and it says a violation of a court order issued pursuant to 631-1006 shall be considered a second or subsequent misdemeanor conviction, right? Okay, so there's your hammer. I understand the reason for the hammer. But what we do when we come in this same bill, we're just saying, okay, in 631-007, we're saying that in addition to the penalties for misdemeanors and felony offenses in 6S3-1006, the court may order any or all of the following. And then there's Romanet 1, 2, 3, 4. And one of those in particular are would be failure to pay the costs, right? Or be ordered to pay the costs. If you failed to pay the costs, you failed to follow the court order, and therefore we're going to give you 6 more months in jail. So I'm just asking, is that our intent? Is that really what we want in our Wyoming statutes? I don't think we do. So unless I'm, wrong, I'll vote no.
Chairman Zwanitzer, Representative Yin, one of you want to take a stab at answering the good Chairman of Minerals' question?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So it wouldn't be a felony, which I think is what he said in his first question, which I think was what was confusing. The amendment considers it a second misdemeanor offense. So the first misdemeanor would be the one that got you the court order in the first place. And then the second misdemeanor would be violating the court order. And so I think the penalties that go towards a second misdemeanor do make sense if we want to consider the second misdemeanor language appropriate for a second misdemeanor of violating animal cruelty laws. If that makes sense to the chairman, for me saying second misdemeanor several times in a row. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Representative Clausen.
Mr. Chairman, once again, this on and against this amendment, and this is a problem we run into. This is a very sensitive piece of law. And when you start making substantial changes in this piece of law, it gets real weird real quick and you have a lot of debate. So the spirit or the intent of this bill was just to do cleanup and reorganize existing policy. And this particular small chunk in this amendment will have substantial debate, and I can see an argument 12 different ways. The point being is I don't think it belongs here. Once again, on and against this amendment.
Thank you. I'm going to hand my virtual gavel over to Vice Chair Duncan.
Okay, I'm not sure who was next. Was that Representative Zwanitzer or Chairman Greer?
Madam Chairman, it's customary when you get the gavel to call on the person who gave it to you.
Oh, sorry. Chairman Olson.
Thank you. A little trick to get to speak. Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I'm on and against this amendment, and I think the reason why is really already been stated really well by the Agriculture Committee, and I want to stand with the Agriculture Committee on this fact. And the good chairman who's floor managing the bill for committee number 1, numerous times advised you that this was a cleanup on judiciary's part, and that is how I see it as the chairman of committee number 1, that this is a joint agriculture bill. And so it was work during the interim, and the committee, what it did during the interim is it held testimony from all over the state, from all the stakeholders, from the board that oversees livestock, to law enforcement, to prosecutors, and to citizens across the state of Wyoming. And so in doing so, if any policy decisions were made by the department, or excuse me, by the Committee of Agriculture in its rework of the statute, it would have done so in consideration with all of that testimony. Our committee, what it did was exactly what the good chairman of corporations explained, and it just cleaned up some of the language and helped with the reorganization, helped clarify, an error, a scrivener's error that occurred with an amendment that didn't follow through completely as was intended from the Senate side. And so that's really what we were tasked with. And there were no policy choices made. This is a policy choice. It's a policy choice for you as a body. You don't have to agree with me on the policy choice or with anyone else, but it is a policy choice. Up to this point, we haven't asked you to make that. So you can vote your conscience, but I'm going to ask you to respectfully vote no on this amendment because of the good work of the Agriculture Committee. I think that policy choice it's not that it's not an important one. I just think that it needs to be vetted, and it needs to be vetted with the stakeholders. It needs to be vetted with the people, and I think that would be the best way to proceed with it. So I'm going to ask you to vote no on the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I will just briefly eat a bit of humble pie here because some of you know I'm not always great on details, and I initially took a brief glance at this, and is as short as it is, as the amendment is, I went, no, it doesn't, it's not really changing any intent as to what we were putting together, but I would now have to say, having taken a closer look at it and compared it to the rest of the bill and in light of what the good chairman of corporations and the good committee of committee of the whole chairman have pointed out, among others, that it does add intent. It does change the scope of the bill. And so while I still stand on the position that I'm indifferent to the bringer's intent, I mean, I could go either way if this is an issue we were debating in and of itself. I do think that it is going beyond the cleanup scope that the Ag Committee has been working on. So on that notion, I'll be a no vote. Thank you.
Speaker Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, robust debate. And I'll just point out something that's maybe unique with this amendment we've not seen before as a committee of the whole amendment following a standing committee amendment that was adopted, is the standing committee amendment actually moved 107 down to 106. So if this amendment at the standing committee amendment had been not adopted, you would wonder if this one would have been as appropriate in the other place. I just throw that out as a thing that just to follow. I mean, you got to track this stuff in, and I'm trying, just like the rest of you. I'm not even trying to get to the policy stuff. I'm just trying to understand the good work that's been done. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. No comment on the amendment itself, just the tracking. Thank you.
Question.
Okay, I'm going to turn this back over to the chairman, Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Duncan. Question being called on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 26. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Thank you. You can put your hands down. All those opposed. Thank you. That amendment has failed. We're back on the bill.
Question.
Question being called on the bill. All those in favor of Chairman Olson's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File number 26 do pass, signify by raising your hand. Thank you. Hands down. And those opposed, hands up. Unanimous. Senate File 26 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion, committee. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. All right, thank you. Those who want to stay longer, raise your hand. Thank you, and the motion has carried. Mr. Speaker.
The reading clerk will read the Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 58, do pass, amended. House Bill 62 failed to pass Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. Senate File 53, do pass, amended. Senate File 18, do pass. Senate File 26, do pass, amended.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed? The motion is adopted. Congratulations, Representative Chairman Olson. Well done, members. Chief Clerk, messages from the Senate.
Message 124. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 3, Certified Addictions Practitioner Certification Amendments. Ayes 25, noes 3, excused 2. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk. Message 125. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 6, Trust Company Amendments. Ayes 28, excused 2. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk. Message number 126. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 8, Consumer Credit Amendments. The House bill listed above on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 28, excused 2. Ellen Thompson, sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk. Message 127, Mr. Speaker, the bills listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 34, Youthful Offender Program Amendments. Ayes 26, noes 2, excused 2. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk. Message 128, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 42, Chancery Court Vacancy Amendments. Ayes 26, noes 2, excused 2. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk. Message 129. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 48, Community Juvenile Services Block Grant Program. Ayes 24, noes 4, excused 2. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. And we're going to put off the concurrence until tomorrow morning. Is that my understanding?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Members, so this will be the first time we've done, tomorrow we'll do that, the first time we've done a concurrence. And Chairman Greer will be doing that as it's a minerals bill. But tonight we're going to have the first time that we are going to sign an enrolled act that started as a House bill. So all of those messages that the Chief Clerk read out, those were bills that we passed. They went to the Senate, they passed, and we're going to now sign them into law, or do our signature, then they'll go back to the president, and then they'll go on to the governor. So, Chief Clerk, we're at that order of business, the signing of enrolled acts. First act for our consideration is House Bill 3, or House Enrolled Act 1, which was House Bill 3. Chief Clerk, please read the enrolled act.
House Bill 3, Certified Addictions Practitioner Certification Amendment. An act relating to mental health professions, licensing and certification. Enrolled Act 1, Original House Bill 3.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 1, being Original House Bill 3. I have so signed. The next Enrolled Act is House Enrolled Act number 2, being Original House Bill number 6. Chief Clerk, please read the Enrolled Act.
Original House Bill 6, Trust Company Amendments, an act relating to trust companies. Original House Bill 6, Enrolled Act number 2.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 2, being Original House Bill 6. I have so signed. Next bill for our consideration, our next Enrolled Act for our consideration is House Enrolled Act number 3, being Original House Bill 34.
Original House Bill 34, Youthful Offender Program Amendments. An act relating to Youthful Offender Program.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 3, being Original House Bill 34. I have so signed. Next bill, House Enrolled Act number 4, being original House Bill 42.
Original House Bill 42, Chancery Court Vacancy Amendments, an act relating to courts, be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 4, being original House Bill 42. I have so signed. Next bill for Enrolled Act for our signature is House Enrolled Act number 5, being original House Bill 48.
Original House Bill 48, Community Juvenile Services Block Grant Program, an act relating to community juvenile services, be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 5, being original House Bill 48. I have so signed. Congratulations, Wyoming House of Representatives. Those are your first 5 bills passed by us into law. Our Senate colleagues will sign them, and then they go to the Chief Executive. Let's see, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the good Speaker Pro Tem had his hand up, or is that for a later
my
meeting? I
apologies.
didn't know for sure what that was.
Apologize. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Speaker. I know it's late, but I made a promise that we would communicate these concurrence reports. And so with your indulgence, maybe just a quick review. I always seem to be behind the 8 ball on this myself.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Members, so the concurrence is a bill that we sent over to the Senate, and they amended the bill, and it's coming back over to us with an amendment. They're going to ask us to concur. And so as the chairman of that committee, it happens to be one for the Minerals Committee, we'll hear it tomorrow. I'll make a recommendation and I'll walk you through those amendments. And then I'll ask for you to concur or not to concur, and then we can debate. And sometimes people disagree with the chairman, which is absolutely fine. And then we'll vote. If we vote to concur, then the matter's done and over with. Means we agreed with what the Senate did. If we don't vote to concur, we vote it down, then we're going to take it to a conference committee and work out the compromise. So one of the things that in 10 years, I always seem to find myself a little bit behind the 8 ball. I show up and I fail to read the concurrence reports and look at what the amendments were from the Senate. And so I just encourage all of you is to look at that tonight. It's our first one. It's easy. I'll go slow tomorrow. But that's one of the things I think, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we discussed. We want to make sure the body had enough time to read those and understand what we were doing at the time. So I just want to take a moment and get that out to the body. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, Mr. Chairman. So the other thing that we'll also have at some point, if we go to conference committees, we'll have conference committee reports and we'll do another process for them. So if there is not a concurrence, and we go to a conference committee, then there'll be a report that comes out of that. And those are very important that you review those, because they will be your, both the concurrence, if you choose to concur, or the conference report are your final vote on the bill. Your third reading vote, it may not be your final vote on a bill. So keep track of the concurrence and the concurrence vote and the conference committee report, because both of those, if they occur, will be the final vote on a sheet with your name on it. So with that, I see some chairmen that probably have committee announcements. That's what I'd bet. We'll do the motion to excuse, but I see Representative Gray. Representative Dave, do you have a privilege you'd like to bring?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my question is, usually the concurrence reports aren't posted online. They're just like put on our desk. And is there a plan to maybe post them online with this new format, or email them? Or I think that would be helpful. Thank you very much.
Chief Clerk, would you speak to that? We talked about this earlier. The conference committee reports will certainly be posted, I believe. But Chief Clerk, would you speak to the concurrences?
The concurrences are not posted, but I am more than happy to email them out.
Chief Clerk, why don't we, for the purposes of what we're doing with this, setting and the setting we're in. Why don't we, if you don't mind, would you email them as they come and just flag them as concurrence?
Yep.
That would be great.
Yes, sir, I will.
And thank you, Chief Clerk. And I do appreciate, I know you're running like crazy up there. I do appreciate that. The second thing I'd ask Chief Clerk is confirm for us, the body and myself, that the conference committee reports will be posted and they will be posted under the amendments. Is that correct?
They are posted just as an amendment and they will be on the bill with the amendments. Yes.
Right, online, correct, Chief Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Chief Clerk. All right, so I'm going to ask for a motion from the majority floor leader, and then we'll take committee announcements, and then I've got one more little piece of business. So, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And just a note to the body, I do not have any intention of going this late during the March session, and I intend to quit at 5. And I did want to get these few Senate files out. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, the 4th day of February, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Committee announcements. Let's go with Chairman Eklund and then Chairman Burkhart.
Mr. Speaker, your Ag Committee, committee number 5, will meet at 7 o'clock in the morning to discuss 2 bills. We'll work House Bill 54 first and then House Bill 51. If the committee wants, some of us, you know, the House is a fairly raucous place at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we're oftentimes, or shortly before, and we're oftentimes still in our meeting, and most of us have been in the chamber doing virtual meetings. We can also do those down at in the committee rooms. I would suggest if you want a little more quiet, that might be a way of doing it. It'll still be virtual. It won't be a hybrid, but it'll be quieter.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, will meet tomorrow, February 4th, 15 minutes after noon recess, to consider one bill, House Bill 24.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your House Appropriations will meet on adjournment tomorrow if we don't go past 6 o'clock and work. It's a joint appropriations bill that the House took up, and it's unnumbered, but it has to do with the veterans exemption and modifications to the statute.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 3 will meet tomorrow, Thursday, February 4th at 9 a.m. to consider one bill, Senate File 45, monthly ad valorem tax revisions, 9 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. So members, on your email, the Chief Clerk has just provided you, it's the concurrence request, and what you'll see in that is what the Senate amendments. So you can work those into the engrossed copy. Remember, if we sent over a bill over there that had amendments, it'll be the engrossed copy. If we did not amend it, then of course it'll be the introduced copy or introduced version. So there's what you have to be considered, and then Chairman Greer will take us through that tomorrow morning. Speaker Pro Tem Summers, you have a announcement?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Just a reminder to the body, tomorrow there's going to be no more committee of the whole through this week. And tomorrow, once we pass those Senate files on second reading, I will make the motion to accelerate them, and then we'll have that debate if we want to accelerate them. And the idea is to get them through third reading so we can get them to any conference committee that might be necessary, so we can get that done by Friday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Majority Floor Leader. So with that, I just have one announcement, and I couldn't be a more appropriate day for this to occur, that we went past 6 o'clock, because that is exactly the gift that Representative Gray needed on his birthday. So We're not going to sing happy birthday in a virtual format, but you can all clap your hands and wave your hands and a happy birthday wishes to Representative Gray. So at 6:28 now on the 3rd, which happens to be Representative Gray's birthday, you've heard the motion to adjourn until 10 a.m. February 4th. All those in favor, the 8th day of the session, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Thank you for that no vote, Representative Gray. We are adjourned until 10 a.m. February 4th.